Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. In studio this Monday morning, joining me, the one and only Tracy Shuchart, our senior economist.
Good morning, all.
And of course, our senior market strategist joining us from Charleston, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Tracy. Good morning, Anthony. Deli, we missed you last week. Glad you are back.
We did.
Yeah, it was great to be out in London, seeing some of the boys. Kane and his crew. I was able to see Ryan, who's going to be on our show tomorrow. A few other guys. I saw Mike Brown. We might have had a few pints here and there. I was with the 2 Degrees guys.
Nice.
They make some great indicators. Really a great time. Glad to be back here on this Monday morning. Starting off on a serious note, obviously things escalated over the weekend. It's always unfortunate. We as traders got to come in. We got to put our trading hats on. You know, there's human casualties involved. It is what it is. Unfortunately, this is our job and this is what we have to do. But it's a time where, hidden biases are going to be creeping up as well because people are going to come in and have ideas or thoughts about what's going on. I'm not a war expert. Don't claim to be one on Twitter, although we do have many of them out there. And we come in and, we've got to put our head down and we've got to do what we do. And, when I look at what's going on right now, my initial thoughts are, I think that the market looked at this and says this could be a moment where the U.S. is unlikely to do too much more. I mean, you never know. But look what happened in the tape. Let's start there. Initially you had oil go up quite significantly. I think what was the high, around 78, 79, and then you had that come back down. You had gold up significantly. That's now since come back down. You had equities down. I don't think much. In the scheme of things, I thought the equity open was, for all intents and purposes, well under what I thought it could have been. I thought it was, it's always going to be pretty thin on a Sunday night. I saw a lot of people commenting, whoa, look at the book. The books get moved around. Well, you go and make a market on a Sunday night open where you just had bombs go off in Iran and, you've got stuff going on in Tel Aviv. It's like no one wants to make a market. People wait to see what happens. And ultimately, once markets are able to digest it, at least initially, they've come back. I mean, you've got S&P this morning completely flat. You got NASDAQ completely flat. You got Russell down 1/3 of 1%. You've got Dow pretty much flat. You've got natural gas, which I thought was interesting. I'm going to get to that with Shai, pretty much flat. You've got heating oil up 0.5%. You've got crude oil up a little over 0.5%, up 50 cents. You got gold up 1/4%, up $7. Platinum, again, up 1.8%, up $22. That's the market that just keeps on giving for longs. I'm not one of them, but they are what they are. And the most important thing that I noticed right away on the Sunday night open was the bond market just didn't even do much. I mean, you're up 4 ticks in the 30-year. And when I saw that, if there's going to be a real situation where where you look at the real fear trade, the bond market is going to be moving, and it did not do much. Dollars up a little bit to the euro, 0.5%. Again, I don't know if I'm surprised by that or not. It's hard to say. But Shai, I'll hand it over to you. I want to get to oil first with you, Shai, just because there's so much going on over the internet about what oil should or should not be doing. Okay, let's talk to someone who actually knows.
So obviously, everybody's worried about closing of the Strait of Hormuz. I did write something on it. So if you want to read something longer, it's on my Twitter page or my X page. But so the big headline and misconception that came out yesterday was Iran Parliament approves the closure of the Strait of Hormuz amid regional tensions. Now, everybody ran wild with that headline and said the strait is closed, so not shocking that oil spiked so hard on the open. That said, and I just want to clarify, the strait is not closed at this point. And the Supreme National Security Council actually ultimately in Iran makes the final decision on whether to close the strait or not. Doesn't matter if Parliament approved the measure. This is the final say on it. They have not said anything. I don't believe that they will. So the vote is largely symbolic at this point, though politically significant, as it kind of reflects growing pressure on Iranian leadership to retaliate. But just to stress again, the strait is not closed. And, partially that's the reason that we've seen such a big pullback. We were up about 6% overnight, and, now, down almost 5.5% off of that. I still expect oil markets to remain volatile depending on the headlines that come out, because we saw oil spike a little bit earlier today when a headline came out that said Israeli media citing security source said the military attacked an access road to Iran's Fordo nuclear facility, not the facility itself. That sparked a little bit of fear. So just be aware today there are going to be a lot of headlines. But again, so far, the strait is not closed. And so if everybody's wondering why oil pulled back so much, that's why.
Got it. So in the scheme of things right now, where are we with production slowing? I mean, I see so many different things going on right now. I mean, I continue to hear stories about, well, natural gas is now the story. That's not saying much in the tape. We're saying, again, oil is going to be in the forefront of everyone's minds on what's really happening with a supply and demand issue. Just walk us through it quickly if you can.
Right now we're not seeing. We had a huge draw last week of just over 11 million barrels. We are seeing production start to flatline in the U.S. shale production. That's not surprising. We have older wells, even though technology has allowed them to last longer than perhaps anticipated. That's great and all, but, with lower oil prices, and we saw this all throughout earnings, all the calls, everybody said, they're cutting CapEx.
Yeah.
We're not we're gonna be fiscally conservative, no matter if the administration says drill, baby, drill or not. They're beholden to their investors, and they've already gone down that road where investors got burned, private equity got burned, banks got burned, and so they're just not willing to do that anymore. So we are seeing production in the U.S. kind of flatline. Now we do have spare capacity in OPEC Plus, because obviously they have cuts and voluntary cuts on top of that. But that's questionable how much spare capacity they actually have. And so if there was a situation, say, that for some reason the strait was closed and supply was cut off, they could up production, but, that would then drain their spare capacity. So it's kind of in flux. So far, we're not really seeing a decline in global oil demand at all. In fact, it's still rising. Maybe not rising how much it used to rise, but it's still rising. Over 1 million barrels per day. And so we, even with the onset of EVs, we're still not seeing demand decrease in any capacity.
So it sounds to me is that there's still, even if this is the situation, it's tempered dramatically. Nothing happens in the strait. The door isn't closed. The not real door, but the door that everyone right. That there's still an underlying bid in oil, but it might just be somewhat semi-contained here as well.
Right, that is correct. I mean, I think everybody would be happy, and again, that kind of I would say $65 to $75 barrel oil. If we could stay there, oil companies are making money. It wouldn't hurt consumers too much. It's just when you start getting over that then that brings in the inflation and a problem. Although $70 oil is higher than it has been, and so that will filter into inflation somewhat in the following month. Yeah.
Well, we'll be continuing to cover this throughout days, weeks, months, and forever. In this. Jimmy, I want to go to you. I want to talk about initial reactions. We're finally past rollover. We are at a time where I think the markets have had a lot of the stuff behind us. I think at this point we're heading into a summer trade. Let's also not forget that it does feel like a summer trade, despite what's going on globally with geopolitical tensions rising. It just does not feel like the market wants to be busy. At least that's my initial thoughts. And I want to start with you, Jimmy, just initial reactions overnight. Again, I always look at the bond market, whether it's a major data point, whether it's a major headline, and the bond market was like, no big deal. Which I think I was a little surprised by it, but I think that's why everything else has kind of slowed down.
Yeah, I mean, the 30-year Treasury bond, I mean, right off the bat, we had that gap up, right? This is an intraday chart we're looking at. We had this gap up right away, and last night I was like, okay, here we go. And then sure enough, we sold off and then some right away. I mean, we're talking a couple hours later, sideways trade, and then we rallied again into right now. So this market the surprise reaction and the reaction was quick and certain. Now, going back to a daily chart, remember, we've been in a kind of a really subtle upward channel ever since the 22nd of May. Kind of broke out of a little triangle here this morning, actually. So I'm still a little bullish here. The yields are, last time I checked, the cash yield this morning was at 4.885, something like that. So below the 5. So this market, it's reacting, but it's reacting in the way it has been for a few weeks now, right? It doesn't just seem like this kind of wartime big blip. It seems business as usual. 113 handle, almost a 114 handle right now. We start consistently being in a 114 handle, then I'm gonna continue thinking this has got some more upside movement to go.
I think complacency is exactly right what Jimmy's saying. The market is complacent in where we are. And I go back to the beginning of the year, and part of me feels like when you have a shock to the system, like we had with tariffs, where the market was let's call it what it was. It was basically in a free fall for a short period of time, followed by a period of uncertainty, what was really going to happen with tariffs. We get into 90-day pauses. And what happened is that all that money that was coming out of the market has now come back into the market slowly but surely. We're talking more equities here. And the bond market itself looks at it and goes, we're not going to be overreactive one way or the other right now because there is no clarity beyond this. So the market, everyone has learned, I think, from earlier in this year, and it's funny how a market sets a tone for a year early on, that when you have a big move like that, nobody wants to be the person who's jumping in, getting short a break in S&P. I know I sure don't. Right? Nobody wants to be the person who's coming in and buying a high move up in a gap open in the bond market. I sure don't. It can't hold any rally. I mean, it can't really do much of anything. What has happened? The trends that have already been in place as of late got minor extensions. Platinum, gold. I mean, little move there, right? Those markets are free to move within trend. They've already been happening. Oil is obviously the same thing. But ultimately, no one's getting too overreactive here on anything. And although, once again, people react to certain things, but markets have to be, they have to be smarter about it. It comes down to our pocketbooks. Like I said from the open, you can't have this hidden bias of what you think things should be. Things are what they are right now. We've only got a minute and a half before we go to Jimmy's Edge Report. We've got Arjun Murti, and he's coming on as a guest today. I think he's really a great guest, a perfect time to have him on. Let's do a quick preview of who he is before we get to Jimmy's Edge Report.
So he is partner at Veriton, and he is also probably most known as author of Super Spiked, which is his Substack, and it's on oil markets and energy markets in general. So lucky to have him today, talk to him about what's going on. And I think it'll be great. We do have some data today.
I was going to ask you next, Skata, what do we have here?
9:45, we have S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, Composite PMI, and Global Services PMI. At 10, we have existing home sales. And then the rest of the day are Fed speakers because lucky for us, FOMC blackout is over. So at 10, we have Bowman. At 1:10 p.m., we have Goolsby. And at 2:30, we have Williams.
Out of the data today, existing home sales, the only one that stands out to me. We're curious to see how the consumer is really looking at this overall market. We've had time into a Trump presidency. We've had time where earlier in the year rates were a bit higher. I'd be curious to see what the market does with home sales. And last things before we get to Jimmy's Edge report, how much do we care about these Fed speaks right now? Does it matter that much to us?
Well, it doesn't ever matter to us, but
Touche.
do the markets care? That's a different story. I think, out of these three, I think these three are all pretty much hawkish, so they'll probably just reiterate what Powell said last week.
Yeah, and I didn't say good morning to the chat. Good morning. We got Sarah Strat Sniper in here. Phil goes, Wulong Gaba, I can never say it right. MA, we've got Paulie, we've got a bunch of people in here. Good morning. Please hit that like button and subscribe button. I saw we're up to 135,000. We actually just hit. We had 135,000. That's 23,000 since we launched NinjaTrader Live, which is fantastic. It's thanks to you guys in chat. All right, Jimmy, take it away for this morning's Edge report.
All right, let's start with the E-mini S&P 500. This is a technical analyst dream right now, this daily chart. We have a whole bunch of really key things going on. Firstly, we have this session VWAP, the anchored VWAP from May 23rd up till now. We sold off overnight. We tested that. We drove down below it a little bit, and it just kind of corresponds exactly with my 21 EMA, and it lines up really nicely with this 31.8% retracement, which is at 59.74. Remember, September contract, back adjusted charts. And then we kind of drove all the way back up to that 8 EMA, and we're just sitting right at that 8 EMA right now. It's almost acting as resistance as we speak, and you can see it's aligned up with the previous session's candle as well. That 23.6% is right there as well. So there's a whole bunch of congestion, a whole bunch of excitement going on in that little range right there. And look at the stochastics though. So this is a little bit of a warning sign. I mean, these things have been sloping down pretty nice, and there is, if you would kind of use your imagination, there is divergence here between the stochastics and price right now, and a lot of traders are going to lean in the direction of the stochastic. So we'll see if we can get over that 8 EMA or not. Otherwise, maybe we can get a retracement back down on the open. It'll be an interesting open today. Intraday, we do have some targets here in the E-mini S&P. On the upside, we have that JAX 1 level. That's at 60.50 from Mentor Q. Thank you, Mentor Q. A little bit further up, we have that daily pivot of R1, and that's approximately at 60.66.75. JAX 2 right above that at 60.70, and then that one-day max a little further up, 60.75. For the bears, check out this VWAP line here. This VWAP, this is the session VWAP line right now, and every time we try to get back to it, buyers come in and push us back up. So buyers are in charge right now at the moment. We'll see what happens. Put support, 6,000 on the downside. We have that S1 at 59.87 and a quarter. JAX 4 at 59.80. And then, there's other JAX levels all the way along the way until you get to that one-day min. And that one-day min is at 59.60 and three quarters. So that's an important level. The other interesting market, we talk about, does the Bitcoin act as a currency? Does it act like a flight to, a risk asset, a risk off asset? What is it? Well, today it's moving in harmony with the currency markets. Actually, we're down quite a bit. We have a decent gap here at the bottom. This is a daily chart I'm looking at right now on the Bitcoin. We have a cross under. The 8 EMA is crossing under the 21. That's negative. Stochastics are driving toward the basement. That's negative. We're below that 50 EMA right now. That's also negative. So this market is not recovered the same way the other markets have in overnight trading, which I find interesting. And we do have some targets here as well on the Bitcoin. Let's check it out. We have that, let's see, what do we got on the upside? We have a 0 DTE put support level at 102.500. Above that, we do have that daily pivot all the way up at 104.300, JAX 4 at 104.500, JAX 3 at 105.500, and then that one-day max way up here at 106.370. On the downside, I know this range sounds huge, but this is the Bitcoin. It could move. On the downside, though, we do have that JAX 1 right by that VWAP here. That's at 101,000. And then that one-day min from Mentor Q, 104.70. S2 right around put support at 100,000. So we have two different key areas here all at the same place. Below that, there's nothing but deep, dark sea on the downside. Not a lot of targets, but a lot of potential either way. So that's the story of the micro Bitcoin futures from the CME. And that is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. We're now joined by Arjun Murti, partner at Veriton and author at Super Spike. Arjun, pleasure to have you here this morning. Good morning.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
So we know what happened this weekend, and we saw the reaction in markets. Here we are Monday morning. Everyone's got to, as a trader, has got to put their trader hat on and come in and investor hat and approach the markets with hopefully, a clear mind. It's not easy when you've got major things going on in the world right now, but it's what we have to do. It's our job. So when we come in today, my initial thoughts are talking with you about is crude oil, because crude oil was up, $4, $5, $6, whatever it was, and now it's come back down to only up 34 cents. I had this long conversation this morning with Shai about it. I think it's going to be the focal point. What are your thoughts on what happened in the crude market following this weekend's news?
People have become very conditioned that when you have these kind of, quote, geopolitical noise and turmoil, you want to sell those rallies. So I think there might have been an expectation, especially after the bombings over the weekend, the threats by some in Iran to close the straits, that oil would have been up bigger. But we've not actually had a disruption. And one of our key points that we make in Super Spiked and all of our publications is that it's ultimately underlying oil market fundamentals that are going to drive where we're going. What is the health of the global economy and demand? What is the state of non-OPEC supply? And when you don't actually have a disruption, which we've not had to date, and when oil's up pretty decently from our lows, clearly the risk is somewhat built in already.
So that's the assessment, right? That the risk is built in, and Tracy talked about how there's underlying support within the market, but there's not a reason necessarily to take us too far away from this price right now. So does the crude oil market to you just feel like it's kind of just priced correctly right here in the mid 70s?
Correct is a dangerous word. I might phrase it this way. Prior to this Iran-Israel situation, there'd been a lot of bearishness about the tariffs. Is that going to lead to recession and slower demand? And we also were sort of in our last bout, and we're going to call it the last bout of sort of major non-OPEC projects that are still a little bit of an outgrowth of the prior super cycle and some of the fields that are coming on. And were we going to have sort of a sloppy second half of 25 and first half of 26? To me, the question is, does this turmoil bridge that gap of sort of what we're looking like weaker balances in the second half of this year and the first half of this year? I think I heard Tracy in her earlier comment saying demand right now has been hanging in better than I think many feared. So some of that weakness was probably already maybe a little bit overstated. And now I think the question is, can some notion of a risk premium, or maybe we'll get an actual disruption, bridge that gap to what does look like much tighter oil markets by the back half of 26 and beyond, which I know might be beyond the time frame of a trader's view. I'm an equity analyst, I'm a board advisor, and taking a longer term view, as you look out a couple of years, oil actually looks pretty tight. The question was going to be the second half of this year.
Do you see, I know everybody, including all of these central banks, keep saying that we are going to have, a recession. We're going to see weakness in the labor markets. They're worried about inflation over the long haul. So how does oil fit into this? And do you think that there comes a point where it does start adding to inflation?
Tracy, and I think from reading my stuff, I've resisted the language of super cycle for oil. We've been calling it super vol, a base case range of 60 to 80 with excursions or risks to 50 on the downside, 100 on the upside. And part of that has been driven by the fact that global GDP has generally been pretty lackluster. Shale has shown that every time oil goes decently above 70, it grows faster. And again, there was this sort of buildup of non-OPEC projects. A lot of that is changing. You look out beyond 2026, there are not the major non-OPEC supply projects to come on. There's more recognition that we've drilled through a lot of our tier one inventory. I think there are even questions on how robust could Russia grow production, again, all their noise and turmoil with Ukraine, but aren't some of their fields tiring that you are setting up a pretty, I think, constructive supply picture beyond 2026. But there's still this sort of uncertainty on demand. And I will just say this, demand has done better than might have feared, about 1 million barrels a day of growth. But that's still short of, I'd say, the 1.5 million barrels a day of demand growth that I think would make us want to more definitively call for a super cycle. So we've stuck with this sort of super vol language. And then maybe the final point would be, will there actually be a disruption in Iranian exports? We've not had one yet that, again, could bridge the gap to any sort of previous uncertainty about the second half of this year.
And do you think they would actually close the strait? I mean, I know I don't think so personally, but and I wrote about it. But what are your thoughts on that? And then, some have said, well, they could do targeted, kind of targeted actions against other countries. So, what are your thoughts on both of those scenarios?
I'm sure there are better Middle East experts than myself, but I probably make just the following observations, which is there's nothing about the conflict to date over the last week or so that makes one think Iran actually has a robust military. I mean, I hope I'm not proven wrong about that, but so far it's not clear what actually closing it would mean. How long would it actually stay closed? Point three is that actually most of this oil, as I think goes to China and the Far East. That doesn't mean it wouldn't impact global oil prices, but this has been one of their key supporters. So you're going to cut off the strait to hurt Chinese buyers, and so I don't know. I've probably been a skeptic as well that the strait would close. Maybe that's a sign of too much complacency. But again, I don't, and I think that you see that some of the reaction to markets today. What about this conflict is going to make anyone think Iran is in a strong position to do anything? And again, I hope we're not proven wrong about that, but I think a lot of that is feeding into the complacency we're seeing right now.
So do you think markets in general will largely brush this off? I mean, kind of the overnight price action says a lot, but what are your thoughts about just markets in general reaction to this conflict?
I think people have learned a lot about these disruptions. I mean, and I think there's still, when it comes to the Middle East, this 1970s framing where OPEC nationalized a bunch of production from Western companies, which did control the market back then. They then took control. It wasn't a freely traded market. There wasn't NYMEX. So the flexibility of the system didn't exist. And then we didn't have kind of the robust non-OPEC profile. Again, I'm going back to the 70s. So you had this very traumatic event of oil going from 3 to 30 and all this stagflation and so forth. And so much has changed since then. In my super spike this week, and I talked about 3 disruptions. The biggest was Iran-Iraq war of 1980 to 88. You actually would have wanted to have sold that disruption, even though it impacted about 10% of demand at the time, because you were at the end of a super cycle. Contrast that with Gulf War I, where you had a short-term spike, but then were sort of range-bound. Contrast that with Gulf War II, where you had a very little disruption, but that was just ahead of the BRICS expansion and the super cycle we had. So this idea that disruption necessarily correlates to some view of oil, it actually is not true historically. What has mattered is, what is the health of the global economy? What is the state of other sources of supply? And right now, those two things are in kind of a fine balance, hence our sort of super vol, not super cycle comment. It's really kind of looking forward a couple of years if demand kind of hangs in there, where I think you can look towards a much tighter market. So do I think markets brush this off? I think we are on track for still to be in sort of a range-bound market, and markets might look through a lot of this. Again, we'll see what happens, but that's where we're coming out.
I think that's such a great point, Arjun, because we're so focused on the headline that it's taken our focus off of the big picture of what's really happening, right? Let's not forget the oil market's a little bit bigger than just one situation, but the situation gets in the headline, and that's where all of the bias comes from, and we all get focused on that. And looking beyond that, as you've been covering a lot, Shai, it's got this underlying bid, but again, not necessarily reasons to take us too far from here. And this conflict is not something that's telling us that we should have $100 oil is basically what's happening, right? And so calmer minds will at least prevail, like we say, coming into today. I want to move on to natural gas and equities. First off, any thoughts on natural gas? I'm not sure how much if you follow that, but what are your thoughts on the natural gas market?
I do spend more time on oil, but actually, especially global LNG is far more interesting than at any point in my career. And if anything, it looks to be the more interesting market for this type of turmoil and disruption where LNG and gas demand is growing robustly. I think there's no question about that. And people have been very concerned about LNG oversupply coming from the US Gulf Coast expansions. But here's where the Strait of Hormuz, if it were to close or just have some sort of disruption, I think can be more meaningful, which are the Qatari exports. And so I think it's not that we shouldn't care about how this impacts oil, but natural gas is the more interesting market where you took off all this Russian gas to Europe, you've kind of replaced it with LNG. People are pretty bared up that we're going to have LNG oversupply. And that's the assumption I might call into greater question. It's not that we're going to have super tight balances per se, but there may be too much bearishness on sort of the next couple of years LNG outlook. And I think this is where this type of turmoil and disruption might be able to make a bigger difference.
Yep. Let's talk about U.S. equities. Besides earlier in the year where tariffs were the talk, and really we talked about this earlier, it's just markets were just pretty much in free fall. And since the 90-day pause is put into place and all of this stuff has been kicked down the road, really no clarity. I mean, it's kind of crazy to this point of where we really are with tariffs. But nonetheless, nothing has been able to shake the tree enough to get equity volatility back in. And my thought was that once you shook the tree as hard as you did earlier, it's hard to shake it again to get anything really of any significance on one side or the other. What are your overall thoughts on U.S. equities?
I might just stick to energy equities if that's okay, where they've generally looked pretty expensive. Energy's earnings weight in the S&P 500 is about 6%. Its market cap weight is about 3%. And I'd just say, and this might be to your broader point, what gets them going? Now, since the Russia-Ukraine peak, where we were over $100 a barrel oil, it's been a kind of a 2-year trend of negative EPS revisions. And I do wonder, again, we talked about bridging the gap of the second half balances weakness that we thought might occur. Could this actually start causing the EPS revisions to turn around for energy equities and finally get them going? Companies are far more profitable than they've ever been. They're doing a better job paying dividends and doing stock buybacks. You're seeing some M&A, you've seen some activism. And I do wonder, no one ever likes to buy a geopolitical spike when it comes to energy equities, but the fundamentals otherwise look pretty good. And maybe this type of turmoil can cause us to look through the second half weakness and turn around the energy sector specifically.
We got a couple of minutes left, Shai. Any last thoughts or questions for Arjun?
Yeah, I kind of want to get your thoughts on, if you looked at earnings last quarter and kind of the calls, we had a lot of companies say they were pulling back on CapEx. And so, what does this look like to you, and what does this look like for shale?
I mean, it's kind of very interesting, right? The second they start talking about pulling back on CapEx, because everyone was convinced we're going to 50 or maybe even 40, we get this situation and we're back to 75. You will see solid drilling activity if you were to sustain above $70 a barrel, and that would be the real test of this talk about tier one shale inventory maturing. I've shared some of those views that the days of 1 million barrels a day of shale oil growth are probably behind us. But if we were to stay back above 70, to what degree will we see that sort of rolling over of shale happen or not? If you do see it roll over, it's probably the most bullish sign you could point to, where you get you get a price response, but you don't get a supply response. Now, in the very, very short term, if companies were just talking about cutting their rigs, and we've seen the rig count cut back, no one's going to re-increase the rig count just because we've had a bombing and oil's back above $75 a barrel. But let's just play it out over the course of the summer and so forth. You hang in there in the 70s. I think that's going to be the true test of shale maturity. So yeah, you kind of have a couple interesting data points coming up. And I will say the market is in sort of a bear mode still, despite the rally in oil, especially when it comes to energy equities. The assumption is shale is guilty until proven innocent, meaning people are thinking we're going to get a supply response from higher prices. It'd probably be the number one thing I'm watching, more evidence that tier one shale inventory really has rolled over, and therefore you'd need 80, 90, or 100 to get drilling activity going again. I think probably the biggest thing we're watching for besides general demand trends.
And we'll end it there. Arjun Murti, partner at Veriton and author of Super Spike. Go follow Arjun on Twitter. Check out what he's doing with Super Spiked. This was a lot of fun, Arjun. I really appreciate. I love your perspective on markets. I really enjoyed meeting you today. Thank you so much for joining us on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you for having me. I'm a big fan of Tracy, and great to meet you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Shai. Initial thoughts is, first off, I love the way that he speaks about markets. You know, comes in, you know, and just, again, I think you come in on a Monday morning, you've got so much hidden bias, right? You've got recency bias. You've got everyone coming in, you know, over anticipating everything. You got someone like Arjun who comes in, you know, he talks to you and he's just like, let's talk through this, right? I mean, I love that approach. You know, you could tell.
Absolutely.
And I've never read Super Spike. I'm going to try and, you know, talk to Arjun. Maybe I can get a trial of it. No, but I'm interested in more of what he has to say.
Yeah, absolutely. He's actually ex-Goldman, so he used to work with Jeff Curry in commodities analysis. So he's great. You know, that's how he kind of comes across. But you know, nice to hear he has a lot of the same views that I do, and so it's great hearing from him.
Yeah.
Sure.
So final thoughts before we go to Pharm and heading into today. We talked about data. We've talked about these headlines, but anything else traders need to keep their eyes on today?
You know, I think that there's going to be a lot of headlines coming out, so really kind of keep tight today. Watch it. You know, we just saw overnight what can happen, especially with, you know, oil fluctuating a lot. It's down, yes, but, you know, we did have another spike, and then it came back down. And so, you know, just be cognizant of the fact that there's still a lot going on. And again, just keep it tight, keep those stops.
That's right. Always work your stops. I'm going to be talking about that next with Pharm. Shai, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Let's bring in the big calf, man. He's probably he's been wondering where I've been. I know he has been. And I heard, unfortunately, your wife comes back with COVID. You look good, though. I know you're probably keeping her isolated. Because you're still getting the house cleaned up from when she was gone. So I know it kind of worked out for you in some ways. Hopefully she's feeling better, though.
Yeah, been a tough few weeks for sure. And hopefully she turns a quarter in a bit and the entire house doesn't get it, because that's not going to be very fun. So.
No. Yeah, I know. You guys are like the Brady Bunch over there pretty much, right? I mean, how many kids you have again?
I mean, 4 that I know of, right?
4 that you know
4
of?
kids.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Well, if you happen to be one of Pharm's kids in chat, let us know. We'll talk about that. We'll bring that up. So Pharm, look at again this morning. We have to come in, and I've been saying it all morning. You know, come in with a calm state of mind. You know, remove the hidden bias. See what happened in the markets. Let the markets get digested from what happens on Sunday night. It's so funny. We put so much emphasis initially on these Sunday night opens, whether or not it's news driven or not. And you know, I've been burned so many times, like overreacting on a Sunday night, that now I look at them and always go, well, you know, let's see what happens. Let's give it a moment. And now we've given it a moment. First off, there's 420 people in chat right now. We need to somebody screenshot it. It's 420. Pharm's going to tweet this later. It's pretty. I wouldn't be surprised. You think there's 69 messages in here? I mean, these are your numbers, man. I'm just saying.
But
it could happen.
Let's count them.
Let's count them up. But when I look at what happened, you've got stocks back up. We've got crude oil down. We've got gold down 14 now. You know, platinum is the only one that's still up. Bond market is up 12 ticks. Initial thoughts on what happened on Sunday night?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of camps, right? There's some people that think that, you know, how futures trade is just, you know, overnight is, you know, ETH is completely meaningless and worthless. I don't really subscribe to that camp. But at the same time, like, you kind of need to see how the first moments of cash trade, at least, right, before you make, you know, too much of a read. It's basically the same open as last week. We opened on a gap down buy that rallied hard, and, you know, we did again overnight. And then ultimately last week it broke down, you know, all the way back down, you know, to new lows, I guess. So, I mean, we'll see how this week goes. But the gap down buy isn't like a huge surprise. It's been a buy the dip market for sure. If I'm not mistaken, dealers were positioned to be supportive on dip still. And we're going to have to see what cash participants think. I prefer opening flat, really, because I want to see the damage in either direction done by cash hours participants, ideally. So it's kind of, Men in Black meme, I guess, for last night, right? I mean, we had this, huge gap down and then a huge rally, and now we're flat, basically. So I kind of like that. I like that.
All right, let's go into the charts. Let's start off with bonds. I've got bonds up here on a daily. And I talked about this a little bit earlier. Those of you just joining us now, welcome. Good morning, chat. Hit the like and subscribe button. I'm going full streamer boy on this Monday morning. We had 135,000 people now on following us on NinjaTrader Live. It's pretty cool. It's a good number. 420 in chat. It was an omen. I was going to try and buy Tesla immediately once I saw that, but I just didn't have everything ready. But we'll get to that later. When I look at the bond market, it's the first place I go to for any sort of major headlines. Is the first place I go to for data. I want to see what happens in the bond market to see what does this what do participants really think about what's happening. The bond market gapped higher. It's now back up on the highs right now. Interesting that equities are going up with it now. So basically what it tells us is that it's not a fear trade buy in the bonds. Market is bonds are going up. Equities are looking at that as, rates aren't going up. If anything, they're coming down, and the equity market looks at that as a positive, which is an interesting dynamic coming off of the headline. So I think that's something to think about. When I see that this morning, it just tells me that equities, again, I see no reason for them really to do much damage more to the downside if you have a bond market going up with them. So that's like perspective. When I look at the bond market, and to me, it just looks bullish, man. I mean, we're getting near to the top part of this range. Nowhere near overbought. When I look at the RSI, we're above moving averages. I like to just get a general sense of it. Watch that bond market today. If it catches a bid, I think that actually is bullish for equities. I mean, not what you would have thought yesterday. You would have thought possibly the opposite. If the bond market was getting bid as a fear trade, it could hurt equities. Nothing seems to hurt equities, though. Gold is just sideways. I think this is the one thing, initially when you look at reactions in market, I always go, okay, let's look at bonds. It's kind of like down the list. Bonds, oil, gold, right? Going to oil before or gold before oil. But when I look at gold, I look at it and go, it's not really doing much. We've talked about this. It's a sideways tape. The market's more focused on platinum right now. That's where the real buyers are in the metals. Silver isn't even doing too much today. No, silver will continue to be the talk, but look at platinum remains bid. That's the metal that of interest when we're getting any sort of headlines. That is the metal that has got real supply issues across globally. Platinum still looks very bid, and it's just interesting, that the gold market just off of that news. It's just like, to me, it's a two-way tape. Think nothing of it. We'll look at silver real quick. Silver to me is actually starting to consolidate to the point where it almost looks like it's topping. It's also, I think, getting so much headlines lately that it should be going up. Silver should be catching up to gold. It already has done a decent move. It's one of those markets where I think you have to look out. I think it's getting crowded. I'm actually very interested in what the COT data looks like. That we'll let that load in just a second. If you look at COT data, large specs, the most long they've been, in this year, in this whole rally. This is the most long they've been right now. But what's also interesting is that the commercials are the most short. I'd be curious what Jason Shapiro thinks of that this week. That'll be on Wednesday at 11. I'm going to have Jimmy talk to him about that. Let's get into crude oil. Again, crude oil. What happened in crude oil? When I look at crude oil market, it still looks bullish to me. But, we used this high or this overnight gap up to take out this high, I should say. So it took out the high of the year and just ran back with it. And so it used that moment for longs to cover. If I look at what everyone's talking about, and I'm no oil expert, I could pretend to be one, a pretty good one too, on Twitter if I really wanted to, but I'm not. I leave that to everybody else. When I listen to what Shai says, when I listen to what Arjun said, it's like, okay, there's this underlying bid in oil, but there's not a reason to take it to $80, $85, $90, $100 oil right now. And so I think what you have is you have a two-way tape in oil right now that's got a slight undertone of being bid, but watch out on a day like today where everyone was so much of the opinion that there was going to be this massive move in oil, and they've now taken that and run with it the other way. I still think it's got an underlying bid. I think it becomes a very difficult market to trade right now. The trade's not been super clean. I know that Merritt's even talked about this. He and I have talked about this on the show. We've talked about this when he was on X, just putting tweets about it. It's a tricky market. I know we get a lot of people that are trading oil. Go to the micros, work your stops. You know, I just don't have a strong opinion on it. Besides, it's probably got an underlying bid, but it's acting today where it's taking that buy liquidity and using it for the long-term sellers. Don't love that if you're long today, and it probably could continue to chase people out throughout the day. Look at this chart of the NASDAQ on the daily. I mean, look at all that move did was take us down to the measly 34-day moving average. I look at that and go, big deal. It's taking every gap down, every weakness opportunity to go bid. Again, we get so focused on the headline, we miss of what's been happening throughout the year. When I look at the market environment in stocks, I'm not trading short term. But if I'm a short-term trader, I'm focused more on longs. I still think it's a two-way tape. But I just don't see reasons to show any sort of aggressive trading to the short side. I would be more aggressive to the long side. I still think it's a two-way tape that grinds higher, but I just think up is the path of least resistance, man. The market just cannot be held down. It just does not want to go down. I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't need to be a genius, a big time tape reader to look at the market and go, it takes every single set of weakness that we get and it uses it as a buying opportunity. Same thing with S&P, 34 period moving average, went down there multiple times now, gap down, comes in, hits it, and uses it to a bid, but it's back within the moving averages. Small and smart, everybody, right? Market is not showing any signs of extreme volatility here. Don't come in too enthusiastic, too eager on a Monday morning. Be patient. Know it's a two-way tape, but still, I think underlying buyers are there. And when I look at Russell, wanted to see what they're doing. Remember, we have Russell Recon is at the end of this week, Russell Reconstitution. Expect some surges of volume in Russell, so be aware of that. I did some podcasts over the past week or two with CME and CBOE on the Russell Reconstitution. Again, it's not typically a time where you see increased volatility. You will see increase in volume. The Russell is rebalanced this week. So watch it. Let's see what it does. Again, look at it's a cluster of moving averages. They took the weakness to be bought, but it didn't take out a previous low on a relative basis. It's still relatively stronger. Overall, that's my thoughts on market environment. I think that, again, it's hard to remove our bias, Pharm, from headlines and from things like that, and they're still going to remain dominant within what happens in the trading day because any sort of tweet or post, the markets are going to overreact to it. And I use the words overreact just because the market is not in a mode where it was previously, where we were overreacting with increased volatility like we saw earlier in the year. That has gone away. And you cannot look at the market right now and try to trade it like it was. You have to trade the market for the way it is. And you're not going to have these extreme moves. I don't see it right now. If anything, this weekend proved to us once again that volatility is not eager to come back just yet. And so temper expectations, small and smart, work your stops. Let's see what you've got.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is not a market where you want to be caught shorting a dip. That's for sure. Right. I mean, buyers have certainly been, a little bit weak on rips. And there's been some selling and some passive selling and maybe some distribution up into the highs the last week or so. But, anytime you try to fish for some kind of lower high short on any kind of a downward move, you're just getting wrecked right now. So it is two-way. And like it's one of those tricky spots where it's like, the market, it feels like it's kind of trying to change trend a bit, but it hasn't yet, right? And that makes it a bit difficult, right? Because you got to be a little bit more selective with longs. You still have to be selective with shorts. And so, if you're over trading the tape, you can get in a bit of trouble. I mean, when the trend is clearly up, it's generally pretty forgiving. Just get in and buy a dip and, work a decent stop, and it's probably going to work out okay. But, the last week or so, it's definitely been kind of more two-way and seeing some decent selling come in. So I'm definitely interested to see, what cash does. And, again, gap down buy. And then, if you were trying to fish for these lower highs all night, it was very painful. And so here we are just right back in range. And, we'll see, right? We'll need to see if sellers come in. To me, Friday was kind of a gross session. It was really mixed. When I first looked at it, I was like, wow, this is really, really weak on Friday because I wasn't able to trade. I wasn't really at the desk with the wife being sick. But I kind of looked back at it the second time and I was like, well, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, we came in here. We had rallied. I mean, look how far we had rallied off of like that Thursday holiday session low. I mean, 59.69 was that low. And then, I mean, we ripped basically 100 handles from there into the cash open. So like to expect some profit taking, I don't think is that unreasonable. I mean, it put in a pretty nasty looking high, and then B period had single prints to the downside. So it's like, wow, and they never filled. It's like, wow, sellers are really strong, right? But I mean, the low on Friday, kind of favored bulls just a little bit. Sellers did not follow through on that. And then, we get the gap down on Sunday night. It's bought. It's right back into range. So to me, like both sides at the edges are pretty weak. And I'm, mostly looking to fade those failures on either side. I will say, I'll add that I'm watching the dollar here, just like DX futures into like this 99 spot. And I'm interested to see if that finds its legs. How that changes, like, what's being traded, right? I mean, there's been a lot of focus on precious metals and things of that sort. Like maybe that changes if the dollar gains in some strength. And, is there any kind of bleed over into equities? I mean, we'll see. I don't think, minor movements in the dollar are going to have much bearing on what this trend does. But you're right. Equities have been, bid on dips very strongly on dips, not so much on rips. So if you're looking for upside follow through, be a little bit more careful. I'm being a little bit more careful and can definitely consider, being short on some of these rips. Beginning of the week, I think, I thought about I could have used anything in this 40, like anything 60-40 to 60-53. I'm not looking to be long anywhere near that. I would be long from lower, like around the 6,000 spot, and take some profits up there. But I'm definitely very cautious into that area today. We had seen on the old ESM contract that basically 6,000, basically right here, was like mega bid. We had multiple daily lows there. And so, now on the September contract, that's roughly, these 60-50s here. And so that's the major spot I'm watching on like a weekly time frame. Again, we did have those single prints on Friday that I think need to be respected. That's basically 42 to 47.5 ish. And so, if we come in and we trade higher at the open and we get some kind of nasty rejection in the 40s, basically, then I think there's a fair chance that we could come back down and retest, this 6,000. I'm using 599 to 6003 spot for today. And, we've talked about, for months, really, like until or unless sellers show us a willingness to drive down below Friday's low, which would now be last week's cash hours low as well. We brought the weekly to balance last week by taking out the preceding week's low. If you look at like SPX and SPY, right? So if you're just looking at ES, we came nowhere near, right, with contract roll on a non-back adjusted chart. But I want to keep in mind that SPX, QQQ, NDX, SPY all took out their prior week's low. So it doesn't make it a downtrend, right? It just makes it a little bit more balanced, and just another reason why you could see a two-way tape. And so if we do get that, and we do get a cash hours drive below Friday's low, which is 3.25, I think, 6003.25, then maybe sellers have something. And then we just see if that snaps back again, right? So to me, open mind, two-way trading, I'm looking probably to consider shorts up in those 60-40, 60-50 range. And, looking to buy dips. I wish I had not been getting ready around this 6003. This back test here would have been nice. So kind of big picture for the week. These are the biggest spots to me. Call it 6,000 and 60-50 is kind of your basic range. And let's see where we can break from there. Because above these 60-50s, I think we're taking out Friday's high. Friday and Wednesday's high were like basically similar. While Friday's high looked pretty good, Wednesday's really wasn't. And now they're relatively equal. So to me, it looks like they're just begging to be taken out. So I think you probably get a sweep into like mid 70s, maybe up towards 60-80. If we find some traction above these 60-50s. But this first move is going to be really important. Let's see, today, are we bullish enough to get through these 60-50s? Or can sellers come in at the cash open and sell us down below 6,000? So I feel like this first move is going to be really important. I'm sure we're going to have all kinds of news. I'm trying to keep track of, trade deals. I haven't seen too many of those, Deli. What happened to all these trade deals that were supposed to be coming out? But maybe there's some good news on that front. So, that's big picture. Let me know your thoughts, and I'll get into the 5 before we wrap up.
I forgot that there's tariffs going on. I mean, is that still a thing? I thought that was over.
Yeah, you're right.
Well,
It's easily
guess we'll have to wait and
it's interesting how easily we can be distracted, right?
Oh boy, is it not? And it's funny, again, I go back to it. I think that, again, we get so focused on the news, and that bias creeps into what we want the tape to be versus what the tape really is. And the market is still waiting for stuff. And we're not going to get this spark in volatility easily. And this weekend's news told us that again. So I think the number one thing I think about coming in this week as a day trader is take your expectations down. Make sure you keep your size small. Don't try to overshoot for, targets. Don't outlive your time in any one of these positions, because you may not get it. I mean, everyone thought it was going to be super busy. I kind of didn't, but I thought it would be a little bit busier than it is. But that's the number one day trader killer, is not taking what the market's giving them, trying to take what they want the market to give them. And I think that's going to be where I see a lot of people fighting this market today. And that's probably why we're so consolidated. Again, I love the perspective of volume profile coming in here. It shows us, really, when you look at this Pharm, when I look at this overnight, what is it? Is it even telling you much of anything in that volume profile? Sloppy, it looks to me.
It's not super clean. No, it's not. It's filling in a little bit here, at least. But it definitely seems like it's, we're still liking this range, basically, which is, if you just peek left at Fridays, you basically had, most of the action was between 6009 and, call it like 34-ish. So that's sort of like, makes sense for us to settle in there into the open once this, gap down didn't stick. And so that's sort of like your first moves for the day are probably rotational trades in between, call it 6,000 and 60-30s, 60-ish, right? Just call it 6,000 and 60-30. Ish. You can see two-way trading in here. I'm not super interested in that, but always trading an edge is fine. Just watch the open and see, if we're able to bid the open on what looks like it might be a small gap up, ironically, or are we only sellers, at the open? And so I think probably two-way in here. I'm more interested in trades, that sort of fail to break that range. And so, again, you've got these overnight highs, these, big old wicks sitting just below this blue shaded is the single prints, basically, with a little bit extra on there, from Friday. So I've got 40 to 47.5, marked out here for myself, just to make sure that I'm cautious in there. Because again, like this whole range could be nasty. So if we come up here, and we sweep out these highs and get a harsh rejection, then I'll consider joining sellers even after this overnight flop. I usually don't like to Like if I'm trying to be short, I'm not wanting to look down and see that below me. It's a bit of a flop, but again, it was an overnight, Sunday night thing. So I am still open to taking shorts up here in these 60-40, 60-50s. But then from there, like sellers are going to have to show me that they can drive this below 6,000, or I'm just like, I'm flat on any shorts. And so since we're trading higher first, that's probably, at least or into the open, it looks like we're going to be, trading within an uptrend. Perhaps maybe I jinxed it by saying that. We've got 30 minutes. But that's what I would be looking for. And then, to the downside, I'd be looking for any failure from sellers to get through this 599 to 6003. There are so many setups, especially on the Qs, for us to sweep last week's low and reclaim it, that I very much have my eyes open for those kinds of things. So when I see this first move today, and the first move of the week, it's going to be very, very important to see who shows up, because truly last week, just a lot of weakness on both sides. Nothing impressive at all. But we did get OPEX out of the way. We got contract roll out of the way. Like, let's see what participants want to do now, today, and tomorrow.
I think that's spot on when you say that we've got a lot of the stuff behind us. And now let's hope the geopolitical news, we know there's going to be continued headlines coming out, but let's maybe hope that the worst of it is behind us. And let's see what, what participants really want. I think that's the way to approach this tape right now, is with an open mind. And again, small and smart. I can't stress it enough. You come in on Monday morning, the number one killer is going to be expectations are high for trades. Don't outstay your welcome in any one position today. Pharm, you're the best. Monday through Thursday, Pharm and I are on from 8:30 to 9. Go check out what Pharm is doing with his Substack. One of the hardest working guys in the biz, not only online and in his sub, but at home as well. I mean, you are really known to be like super dad, right? Pretty much.
I try. I don't always succeed, but I at least try hard. So there's that.
All right, everybody, hit the like button for my boy Pharm. Go follow what he's doing on Twitter. Pharm, I will see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow, Deli. Missed you.
Thank you, buddy. All right, everyone, it's Monday. And coming off of a really busy weekend, we have the one and only Tanja trade. So let's get ready for Trade the Open with Tanja. Good morning, Tanja.
Good morning, Deli. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. You heard a lot of the talk this morning. We try to set the tone for market environment as we get ready for you guys to trade the open on Monday. We had some headlines. The market's taken them like it has pretty much all the news that we've had lately, and it puts us back kind of in a range. You saw the Sunday night open. Initial thoughts?
Yeah, the Sunday night open, I mean, I expected it to gap down, but I thought it would gap down more, honestly. So we gapped down around like 0.5%. And I had expected that when I saw like it put a low in, I was like, oh, all right, that's probably the low of the night or something, because like you've said, everything's been just bought up basically. So we hit like last week's low and these equal lows, and then we ended up, definitely just filling that whole entire gap. So definitely just back into the range two-way tape. I think that there's going to be sides, both opportunities to short and long today. Today we have, I think, 9:45 red folder news. So maybe it'll be a bit more volatile. I think the VIX is up 5%, still not much. So I don't have too high expectations. I think that we'll find some trades, most likely. I think that, we probably on the 4-hour and then on the hourly at least, we just came back all the way back down into this untapped FEG in a discount, and we completely wicked that area. So we took out the previous 4-hour low also on ES and NQ, and we haven't taken out those overnight highs yet, so it does seem like it's headed towards that way. Especially it's a nice little 4-hour little FEG here. So yeah, that was a nice little wick, and now we're on the 4 hour. We're a doji here. So I think that more likely than not, I'm slightly bullish just until we hit these highs again. And then, like I said, we're range trading, so I'd have to wait and see. I wouldn't be so, how would I say, aggressive to go for all the way to this Friday high. So yeah, just gonna play it by how the open goes. I thought we'd have a little bit more of a gap down, so I was just like, oh, okay, well, honestly, it's not really too, um, when I saw the news, I didn't think that it was too, how would I say, shocking, I guess, because we had all these like things pointing towards that direction and other leaks and things like that. So it kind of sort of just makes sense that we're back in the range here. And then that's just the tape we gotta continue trading. Like you said, what did you say? What did you say earlier with Pharm? I was trying to write it down. Something about small and smart, I think.
Yeah, I write that in my note all the time, just because I think that we're traders, especially on a Monday following a headline where they're going to get in trouble, is too much expectations of what the market should be giving them versus what the market will be giving them. I think that, headlines in this type of a tape are dangerous for traders' expectations, and I think they get caught off guard when you come in and you might have you could have a 30-point range in the S&P all day today. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it definitely could happen. And so just be small and smart. Don't get too aggressive on a Monday. I always say good decision making is contagious, bad decision making is contagious. In my career, when I started off weeks in good rhythm and good decision making, it carried out throughout the week. When I started off chasing things and bad decision making, I never seemed to, catch my footing. And so that's why I think that way a lot. A couple things you said I think are important. Number one is it's not, that the market, the market gave us this news and we all had expectations. It could be, deeper of a sell-off week. It could be a stronger move higher in crude. All these things are what they are. But the market did show us something. Again, it showed us something that I think is important to note, and it's similar to what I think Sarah Stratz said last week. You're almost having like a broadening of formation, that every time we're getting taken outside of these lows or highs, the market loves to be in the middle right now. And it's so easy to get caught up on looking for a breakout lower or a breakout higher. Now, that's not the case in oil, but when you look at equities, it's like that's what we see. We see these little spikes higher, come back into range, then you make a lower low. Okay, well, that's the market. Now we're going to break out lower, and we come back to the middle. So I think that when you see that happening, I feel like that's the trade also in my career, where I've never been really good at spotting broadening formations. I thought Sarah did a great job last week. And you see what the news is. It takes us out of range, but then the market just feels like it wants to be back in range. And so coming off of a low, it's very hard to be bearish because we've not taken any lows out with significance, going back to what Pharm said, where we've actually the shorts really showed us something. They've showed us nothing. If you can't go lower on a headline like that, hard to hang your hat on anything else. So I think about that as I come into the day, and it helps me with position sizing, and it just tells me, don't be super aggressive, be small, be smart. That's kind of where it all stemmed from.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that a lot of people might be kind of really tempted to start just taking more trades or sizing up because, well, it's hard to remain patient for a long period of time, really. But that's the kind of tape you're dealing with, and you'll be rewarded if you are. And if you're not, if you start losing that patience, you're gonna see it reflected in your P&L. So you got to stay true to a process, no matter how hard it is. So, yeah, I think those mean reversion type trades where it takes out a high or a low, even it could be like just the first one or an overnight high or London session high, or even like the first pre-market high. I've just noticed that the market just loves to take that and then immediately revert back and take out to the middle of the range, or take out the next low after that made that high. So there's no continuation. It's more of like reversal trading. So you can't be chasing anything, no matter how tempting it may feel, no matter like what the headline is. And that's exactly where people are getting trapped when they're chasing a move that happened already due to a headline. There's typically no continuation going after that because it's not really something that the market hasn't really priced in at that moment, unless it's something super shocking, you know, if Powell announces some surprise thing that the market wasn't even looking like totally forward to, like if he just started cutting rates more than expected, that would be a totally different story where you have some continued action. But
That
that
would be
rarely
something.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but you know, that's wishful thinking. So it's like hard to know what's really going to give us a lot of volatility in these summer months. So you might as well just get adjusted to it. Um, yeah, so that's basically what I have to say about that. It's not the easiest tape, but you gotta just deal with it. And either you're taking your setups or you're just waiting for a better one. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to show you the poll for today. I know we like to go over that. So we've got
Right.
42% bullish, 30% bearish, 28% neutral. Pretty balanced, slight bit bullish, expected.
Okay. That's actually, yeah, that's pretty balanced. That's less bullish than usual. I think usually it's like 50 something. So it's nice to see a little bit more balance. And it doesn't make sense because I mean, there's just so much kind of uncertainty in the markets. I mean, how can you be too bearish or bullish when on the 4 hour you're not really having any sustained movements? But that's like what my bellwether always like what I'm using for my bias. And you know, you're having these like, for example here, I think this was like the another missile news that was happening during Asia, right? And you take out these 4 hour lows here for like a strong displacement, then you know you have on Monday last week it just came out completely and took out the high that made the low. So and then took out that high, and then there's no with a displacement and the action's not continuing up to the upside either, you know. So then you're having us to take out the low next. So if you're seeing that kind of consolidation in the 4 hour, like why would I really be looking to put down a lot of risk? Because the smaller time frames are going to be much easier then too, because there's no real direction. So that's what I basically look for to see if there's any trending market. And it's clear that it hasn't been for a long time. So yeah, it's a harder tape, but I think that yeah, it's doable. I think it's just you know, like I said, I'm slightly bullish here. We'll see what happens at the open. Yeah, I think that we can probably take out those overnight highs, and we'll end up seeing if we get a setup or not. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, I'll leave it to you, Tanya. Again, everybody hit the like button for our girl, Tanya. She's here with us every Monday, trading the open live. And of course, she's with us Monday through Thursday for her pre-market prep. Tanya, I know we talked about being patient and small and smart, and I know you're going to do your thing, and we'll be watching. So I appreciate you being here with us again on this Monday. Have a great trading day.
Thanks a lot, Deli. All right, you guys. How's everybody doing? It's like a heat wave in New York City. I think the entire East Coast. I think my friends in Toronto too. I hope that everyone's staying cool. Um, Kind of wild. Well, it's gonna be, well, right now it's 87, but at wow, at 2 p.m. will be 97 degrees and plus 80% humidity. That's what really gets you. So, like I could take dry heat, no problem, but that'll get you the humidity. Um, it's been like that actually past few days, I think, but I've been staying indoors mostly. I played screen golf yesterday, but I have a tea time today. I have you guys, I'm worried about it actually. I'm kind of worried. I have a Supposed to go golfing at 6 p.m. today, but it says it's going to be 93 degrees at 6 p.m., which is crazy. Yeah, so I really do like that we took out these lows. We had a little wick, and then if you kind of think about, yeah, we could probably take out these highs next. As we took out previous 4-hour candle low. So you'd think that we're probably gonna take out these highs next. We'll see if it happens within the same 4-hour candle. We've seen a bunch of 4-hour candles though take out the previous low and high. Like this one, for instance, or yeah. So we'll see what's going on. I prefer for us to hold this low from pre-market. If we're just inside that range, then I don't really want to do anything. If we're in the middle of this range, I don't really want to do much. So we'll see. Today's Monday. We have 9:45 a.m. news. We have a lot of news this week, you guys. We have Powell speaking tomorrow at 10 a.m. and Wednesday at 10 a.m. Good luck to everybody live streaming during that time. But today, yeah, we have Flash Services PMI at 9:45 and Flash Manufacturing PMI. And then 10 a.m. moderate folder news, existing home sales. I feel like that'll tell the story too. Like the next 4-hour candle starts at 10 a.m. So I'll have to make sure I'm watching the 4-hour. Yeah. Pretty neutral type of day. That's the thing, is like I'd want this to remain intact since we completely filled it in, but it could totally not, because it's not even I just took fibs of it earlier. From the entire leg, it's not in a discount, so we can come back to it, take it out, whatever. Let me see on the hourly. Okay. Previous, let's take this out. We were back in here. Yeah. I'm more bullish though. And I'm seeing that this upholding on the 15-minute. It's like decent to see. This is in a premium on the 15-minute, so we'll see if that ends up holding. We have also one bit lower, so let me see what that looks like on the 5. This is starting a London session, right? Oh, this is still Asia. Okay. How much should we displace? How much is this overnight? How many points is that? Okay, 400 points. So like the daily candle's already 400 points range. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. Well, just shy of it, like 380-ish. Okay. All right. So we already have a large range. Yeah, so this previous 4-hour took out, okay. This current 4-hour candle took out the like 21,795s, yeah, and like that's the previous 4-hour candle low. We had a nice reaction off that. We had a nice inversion here on the 15. So, I mean, it definitely looks like it's started to pick up a bit. We'll see at the open. Yeah, I think that this is the next draw, probably. It's a matter of if I'm gonna find a viable entry at the open to go for that. You know, what would be kind of annoying is that if at the open it just goes straight up there, and then I don't want to jinx it, but that's happened. And then like, what do you do then? Just look for shorts. I mean, maybe we're still in the range. It's been tough. Last week was pretty tough because I mean, last week was a down week, right? But even so, like all the setups were happening. Actually, it wasn't even a down. It didn't close on green. I mean, it didn't close red, but we did retrace a bit. So there's a lot of back and forth last week. But for the short setups, you know, they were kind of happening at the beginning of the week. They would happen more like after the New York session, more so in the afternoon. So what do we got? We got about 10 minutes still open. I'm drinking my electrolytes. I'm staying hydrated today. That's for certain. I'm worried about, yeah, I'm worried about this heat wave. Someone said time to buy dips. I mean, that's the kind of market we're in. Someone said crazy weather in New York, New Jersey too. Chicago, it's humid. Yeah, New York's always humid in the summer. Do not come to New York in the summer. I heard Chicago's a nice place in the summer though. Bilko says he doesn't have a clear picture for the AM session. He took some trades in London. All W's. Good job. Now I will observe what the market will show me. That's good. Yep. I'm slightly bullish. I kind of highlighted the 15 there, 15-minute FEG there. Oh, how do we react there on the 1? But honestly, it's in a premium, so it's not my favorite. I'm gonna see what happens here at the open. See from here to here. Yeah, this area is in a discount of the leg. 15-minute FEG. But you know, if you keep having these, we'll see if these pre-market highs get taken out. With displacements, it could just start running. Seems like it on the like this is the 15 on ES on the left. Seems like it. These you got these wicks. It's wicks be wicking. It's my new catchphrase, really. Wicks be wicking. Because yeah, get some nice wicks there. Let's see. Yeah. We're gonna have to see how this plays out. Definitely on a Monday. After you have like a 500 point, almost, well, was it 500 or 400 that I just said? No, almost 400 point range. It's hard to be pushing for too much, but like here is a pre-market. This is the London session high. So I don't think that would be looking for too much. It's just a matter of whether I'm going to find something decently. See them, these are pre-market highs. We'll see how they fare here. Honestly though, if we get like displacements above this, I wouldn't see why we're not going to just shoot for here. If we get through like 888 with speed, I don't see why we wouldn't go for a 944. That would probably be the quick trade in the morning, right? So I really want to see how we open there. We're going to open quickly and go there, or we're going to drop below into this area. ES is like slightly stronger right now, I think. Yeah. How interesting. Okay. I think I'd rather see ES on the 2-minute TBH. Okay. Hope everyone had a good weekend. I had a good weekend. Had some good tacos. That's all it really takes. Like, so you just need to find one good thing. Like, you get one good golf swing, you get one good trade, you know. That's all I really need. Let's see. 4 minutes still open. Let's see, chat, what you guys got going on in the chat? You guys behaving? Tanya, writing down points of interest in a notepad. I do that, yeah. I put like, if we displace above the 2180s, 88, we'll probably get to those 944. And I also like remind myself not to chase. No chasing. But I wrote down actually what the poll was. 42% bullish, 30% bearish, 12% neutral, something like that. Maybe yeah. Stay small and smart, two-way tape. I think writing things down is helpful. So then later on, you have like a pre-market plan. So then later on after your session, you could see, did you follow it? That's like the easiest way to see. Otherwise, you can kind of forget or like get caught up in little things here and there. Tanya said, Anthony Crudele says, Tanya, you don't know heat waves until you spend a summer in South Florida. I'm good with that because I was there for like definitely a few days and last summer and I got caught up in a torrential downpour, thunderstorms while kayaking. That is the place you do not want to be. Do not want to be in a body of water when there's a thunderstorm. And the Olympics were going on during that time, I think. And I really like was envisioning that I was part of the Olympics as I was trying to get out of the water. Like I never put in that much effort into kayaking or probably anything in my life like that. Perth is extremely hot in summer. I think Australia is like a dry heat though. Like I could do dry heat in like Arizona, Croatia is a dry heat. Kasha says Tanya he's moved on to platinum. Oh boy. Dolly says his hair melts in the summer. That's kind of funny. But honestly, yeah, like hair will melt, makeup will melt. It's not that great. We're back in this, yeah, 15-minute FEG. It's totally, I don't really love that we're back in the range here for NASDAQ. We'll see what happens here at the open. I'm gonna remind myself a little bit, 9:45. You know what I kind of stopped doing, you guys, and I think I should start doing it again. I used to have like an alarm that would go off at 10:15. It's like basically that's the middle of the New York trading session to like mental game check, you know? So you can check in with yourself, like it reminds you to check in with how's your session going, you know, and then it kind of, it's an outside thing that's always going to come and help you reevaluate things then if you're a little too far gone. Here's the open. So yeah, we're retracing now. All right, I'm not really that interested. We're not taking out those highs yet. So we'll see if we take out maybe previous hour low. It's 18. This is a previous hour low here. It's like on the 15-minute, I marked out a 15-minute FEG and discount. Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe we end up even what if we go through here? What if we wick this and then come back above it? That might be interesting. But it's already yeah, like I said, I'm not really interested if we're back in this range, to be honest, because then we're just, yeah. Now we're very close. Okay. I think we just took out that hourly low. Yeah. Previous hour's low. Mm-hmm. That's quite the heavy drop there. Like I said, we'll see. We'll see if we wick this on the 15. I don't know. Right. Okay. The 15. Yeah, let's see if we come back up. Yes, did not take out that previous hourly low, interestingly enough. Not yet, at least. I think it's here. Yeah. 61.50, 60.11.50, something like that. 60.11. 25. 60.11.25. Yeah, so the first 3-minute candle. Well, this one's about to finish. It's pretty heavy drop down. If I'm bullish, I mean, I would look for that to be the manipulation and sort of like the low of the morning. We'll see if that actually happens. You know, we have this overlay. No, I said I prefer it to stay intact. We're getting very close to it. So that 4-hour candle's looking out to be messy now, I think. Pretty messy candle, yeah. Okay, we just took that out. That pre-market low, we just took that out now. We just wicked it. See, like I said, on the 4-hour, it just looks messy before it was wicking this area. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna wait until the news here. I mean, like I said, we're in this range now again, which I don't totally love. And then mark out this pre-market low. ES is definitely stronger here, right? It didn't take out this pre-market low yet. We took out previous hourly low there. Maybe that is a sign, the divergence happening. We'll find out based on whether we actually have a reversal, like if we start breaking short-term highs. Hmm. Quite the large, push down there for NASDAQ. So I'm okay with being patient and waiting for that reversal. If the next strong liquidity is up here, there'll be time. But let's see. So far we have a little bit of a divergence there. ES is definitely stronger. Could be just the move to be longing ES. We'll find out. Definitely is just now breaking a short-term high there. So actually on the 15, if this actually stays intact, we might be wicking that 15-minute on the NASDAQ. It was not really a bad setup on ES. I don't want to be chasing it, so I'll be marking out the fib. It does seem like though that this is, yeah, it was going well for the NASDAQ then. See the 30-second maybe. On the 1. Okay. They just took out pre-market high on ES. NASDAQ not yet there, but I think it'll get there. I think, that was a pretty good, if you're bullish, if I've been bullish, I think that looked like a pretty good manipulation there. So ES just took this out. Okay, cool. We'll see if I mean, I'd like for ES to retrace here. We'll see if that'll happen. If it doesn't retrace, then I can't do much. NASDAQ just, completely inverted. See on the 3 here, inverted on the 3 also. They're tapped back into the 3. That's the thing though, it's just a stop would just be too large. I can't just enter right there. Kind of noting though that this is, I'll note this to see if we continue pushing up from here. Maybe then I'll find something. If we make like another leg down and then back up, yeah. Because this is the first presented fair value gap of the day. This is the whole, push down. Now we closed above that. Yeah, now maybe we're retracing back into it, and then maybe this is the next leg that will break something, and I'll find a retracement within that, and I could put a stop below that low, is my thought process. Yes, definitely stronger. It's not even, didn't take out this low here, took out this pre-market high first. So, I'd rather, given the chance, I'd rather long ES than NASDAQ this morning. So I'm just going to stay patient with whether or not we'll get a retracement. Don't want to chase. Yeah. Like, I don't know if we'll get all the way down here on ES, but I'd at least want us to come to that first presented fair value gap that we had from here to here, right? We'll make that a little wider. Okay, we did on NASDAQ. Now we'll see. I'll see if now we start breaking new swing highs on the NASDAQ. Maybe I'll join on that, but not yet, not yet. So maybe we will retrace. This will then honestly look really good on the higher time frame, like probably the 5-minute this will be like a breaker block. So I wouldn't be really, if we broke these highs, like I said, I think that we could probably quickly come to here. So I wouldn't be afraid to try that type of long versus like the 840s level, something like that. Yeah. Or maybe even this low here, because I doubt that we should take that out then. Let's see if hasn't taken it out yet. What's the 30-second look like? Just want to take a gander. Okay. That was the 9:45 a.m. news, by the way. So we just wicked that. Don't like that we didn't displace. So I'll just keep watching that, I suppose, but haven't gotten the kind of reaction I want to see yet. So we could totally retrace again. Yeah, I'll just wait. There's plenty of time until 9:40s. This is my target if we do get there. So, yeah. In the meantime, actually, this looks pretty decent on ES. If it does get to this area, it's like around 50%. That's like something I'm just looking at. If we displace this high again, though, on NASDAQ, I'll end up joining. More likely than not. And I'll probably go to the smaller time frames. Switch to like the 30-second. Looking promising now. It's looking good. All right, let's see if I get a retracement there. Yes, is very close to that level. We got the tiniest of retracements. I feel as though I'd rather. It's like a decent RR, so I might as well take it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. My stop is that low here. Yeah. Because I think that that should just stay intact. And then my take profits here. I think this is probably the 1 minute FEG, by the way. Yeah, I think that this area should be quite sensitive. These are like the pre-market highs, 1 minute fair value gap, and the order block is here. So I would think that, yeah, I like my stop. Yeah. So I was just in drawdown for like a minute there. I'm totally fine. I kind of did take it early type entry, but yeah, I think that it's definitely worth the probability sense of this is where price has shown that there's a reversal. I like the beginning where we had the divergence. That's likely manipulation, and I don't want to miss this really. So it's a decent trade. So these are like the previous 4-hour highs are here. If this ends up kind of taking me out, then that's fine. We still have like the 10 a.m. news, 10 a.m. open, but I think that this should be a very sensitive area. We already did retrace here once, so we'll see if it continues to hold up in this area. I can just go on the 1 minute, honestly, now. It's fine. I have both my sell limits up here. ES is almost to that high. All right, we're getting that pump. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, you guys, hopefully. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. Here's ES hit that high. Yeah, we just need NASDAQ to follow suit in a few minutes. And then we'll bag about like 40 points or so, a little bit less. I could have probably gotten a better fill by probably 10 points if I waited for this 1 minute retracement, but I'm quite happy that, yeah, I spent maybe a minute in drawdown. It's fine. So let's see if, yeah, typically don't spend much time in drawdown if it's going to work out. So Let's see if it ends up working. See on the 30-second now for, I did enter on the 30-second. I would want to probably continue managing this on the 30-second then. Might as well, since ES hit that high. So my stop would really be like really small on the NASDAQ at that point. Yeah, especially since you could have like a 10 a.m. reversal coming soon. We have 10 a.m. news also. Oof. I will see if we respect this. Yeah, I would think that. See on the 1 minute. Yeah, I'll probably put my stop up now. Gotta just protect the trade, manage the risk. We'll see if that's the right decision, but I do think it is. So should be going swimmingly up to here now. So now the risk is only, I don't know, it's like 14 points. Yeah, okay. And ES is looking good too. Yeah, we also need another FEG on the 1 minute. Cool order block here. So, and we're wicking that. Looks pretty strong still, NASDAQ. I'm not going to be worried about a little small retracement. And while I'm in profit, you know. Hopefully a 10 a.m. news, yeah, will take me to my profit target, you know. I got 2 sells up here. Yeah, with 3 minutes until news. It'd be kind of sucky if it wicked me out. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, this is all fine by me. Coming back into my break even. Don't really want yeah, I want ES to continue following. I don't really want ES to like come take this low next. I mean, then I'd get stopped. Don't really love this candle, but hey, we're coming into this order block. It's kind of fine. See what happens. This candle. Yeah, I think that, yeah, 10 a.m. should probably take out that 4-hour high. Okay, we have 2 minutes until the news. It's yellow folder, it's orange folder news. I'm totally fine with holding through that. Plus, I'm in a good trade, a good position. Yeah. I was in drawdown for about a minute in that trade. Then it came back to break even for like a minute. It's fine. It's now picked up again. I like that. ES just retraced there to that previous down close candle. Didn't break any low here. It's breaking new high of day. ES. NASDAQ about to follow suit soon. I think that the 10 a.m. news is probably going to take out go to my profit target. I'll be happy. because then it's kind of like what we laid out all today, that 15-minute being a wick and everything. So we'll see. Don't you know, pump it up. Let's go. There it's going. It's going for it. Get there, get there. Yay. All right, you guys. W in the chat. We did it. All right. I think we framed that well today. Yay. Little pat on the back. All right. Look at that 15-minute wick from that first 15 minutes of the day. We really did wick this. The wicks be wicking, you guys. Okay, so now, is there more? Now we have to see. Now I gotta see how are we reacting to this previous 4 hour, you know? That means the 10 a.m. just took it out. We could reverse back to the downside. From what we've been seeing. That's possible, but I do like the divergence that we put in. So now it's just like a wait and see for me. Yeah, W in the chat. Let me check out the chat. How are you guys doing? W in the NYC heat, yeah. Woohoo. All right. Okay, so now now it's kind of like, okay, pat on the back. Now, is there more? Is there more? Let's see. I'll definitely check out the 1 minute. It's kind of interesting how we are wicking and we're still going back above that though on the one. Definitely no sign of a reversal in that regard. But that was a nice wick. It's nice. This is nice. You gotta love it. You gotta love when your TP is a wick. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Woohoo! Yeah, not bad. Right, that was the trade so far. Yeah. So kind of just like a vibe. Gotta look at potential reversals, maybe. We'll see. I'll mark out, I don't know, probably this here. It's the last FEG. Yeah, probably need to wait for that to get inverted to me to look at any type of, PA that would be a potential reversal, because then it's like, all right, what's your target if you're gonna short? Yeah, so far so good. Got a W. Now we got to see. Yeah, what would my target if I were to short? It's kind of like, what would my target be? I don't know. Like, yeah, you do have all this craziness here that you could. Yeah, I could see a huge candle taking out all that trend line liquidity. I think my AC is on too high right now because I'm like shivering a little bit. Overcompensating for the heat wave in New York. Oops. All right. So an ES is well above that 4 hour. Look at that. Like, yeah, sheesh. So let's just take a look again on the 4 hour, what's happening. Honestly though, yeah, I can't turn bearish right now. We're still following that bullish order flow. We're still breaking like new highs. It's nice to get out here, but then now it's like, okay, what else is next? It's like looking at the 4 hour, it's kind of like took out this low. I don't know why. I don't see why not. We're not going to take out the high that made the low. That's just what we've been seeing right now. The question is though, is just like, is that going to happen today? Because that would require how much of a range on ES then? 5958 to here. It's 120 point range on ES. I mean, I've kind of seen everything. So let's see on NQ. That would be 565 to like here would be, yeah, like almost a 700. More like a 650 point range, almost 700. Yeah. Right to wait to here. From here. Yeah, no, almost 600 would be 560 point range. So I'm glad we got the low hanging fruit there. Does seem as though it's definitely still going. I don't see why it's not gonna, doesn't have any signs of stopping right now. Right, we wicked that and it's continuing to power up through that. It's kind of impressive. How much are we up on the day right now? .6%. Okay. Yeah. So let's go on the 2. Yeah, it's pretty impressive there. 2, 3. I'm pretty happy. Outlined that reversal at the morning where I said that divergence was happening. And you know, ES didn't offer any kind of retracement. If you were like a retracement trader like I am, you know, it just, you know, kind of went straight up there, barely retraced. It did come into this first little, I guess it did retest this pre-market high. Yeah, but for me, that's why I took NASDAQ, is that it gave me the easier way of like defining risk versus this low that it made after taking that pre-market high. Although, you know, ES did kind of provide that too, but yeah, I didn't retrace too much there. So it doesn't matter. Pretty good. Now, what do we do? What do we do? You know, broke again that like 4-hour high. That's something, you know, broke it again. Made a displacement again. I don't see why it's just not, it's gonna not continue up to here because it does seem like it's just powering. It's a powerhouse right now since that 10 a.m. open. If we look at the 4-hour, just the question is though, is it going to do that during this 4-hour candle or the next one? Like for NASDAQ's quite away from it, quite far from it. So maybe then, you know, ES might be the better move actually, because it's closer to its high here. It's only about 16 points. Like I could see ES go another 16 points. See this hourly right now. Really strong. Yeah, I would probably just draw a fib from here, from where ES broke that high again. This is the swing low. And then it's it's probably a good trade idea to long in the discount of that, you know? One second, I'm gonna like 10 seconds. I just need to turn off my AC. All right, I'm back. I should not be shivering in a heat wave. I turned it off. I have my ceiling fan on. It's pre-cooled. So, yeah, that's probably, you know, the potential. There's potential there. It's just kind of, I need to think about it for a moment. This, and then we broke again from here. Like NQ is definitely a little bit different. So like the fib would be drawn from here on the 2-minute like that from NQ. We could retrace. This is a 10 a.m. open here. We could retrace. I personally would not be buying this. It's okay if it passes me by and this ends up being the thing. But at this point, honestly, I think I would rather long ES. It's a cleaner type vibe. But we have a 15-minute FEG now? That's about to be created, right? No, right? No. Well, there is one here that's about to be created. And that would be in the discount. So on the 5-minute, we're 5 minutes in discount. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how this goes on ES. I'm trying to debate whether I want to see the reaction or not, or should I just go for it? We had a nice reaction already there, so I think it's probably better to, yeah, why not just risk yeah, that's a pretty good RR then. It would be risking 9 to make like 20 something, you know? Didn't reach it yet, by the way. I'm okay with waiting. It's probably gonna retrace again. That's what it does. Nine. Okay. It really did miss it by like what's this low? It's like, yeah, by like a tick. I'm fine with waiting. That's what I'll put in though. I'll put it in the order personally. I'm entering that now, actually, more like based on the 5 minute, and I'm totally aware of that this could take a while. So I could, if I get, we'll see if I even get tagged in, by the way, actually. It could take a while, or we'll see if it kind of just breaks this again. I mean, it could just take a few minutes. I'd prefer if we kind of just start flagging here. What people end up, I think that's the term people say. So I'm kind of just trying to get, my stop would be here. So it's kind of based on the 2 minute, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, I'd put my stop there. And I'd go for here. And I'm aware that that could probably take another 4 hours or two, not 4 hours, but maybe 2 hours. I don't know. maybe a few hours. So we'll see if I get filled. And I'm okay if I end up getting stopped out, then that'll show me that maybe the reversal, because then that would show that maybe there's a reversal happening. And plus, I'd still be up on the day because over here I'm only risking, yeah, risking 9.5 here. On ES. Okay. Same kind of vibe then for NQ, in my humble opinion, is like it'll likely retrace to here. Below 50% into this area, and then that should be an area, a sensitive area, to be honest. If it's going to go higher towards here, yeah. So if it holds this 956 to 928-ish area, I would personally put, though I would put my stop here, just the same type of vibe as ES on the based on the 2 minute. And then, yeah, the TP would be 22, 130-ish, 129. But hey, it might start, yeah, it might take out this high again. Then I might have to reassess again, which is what trading is. It's fine. As long as I'm not chasing though, you know. I prefer for this not to be a displacement so you can come back and fill me. Yeah, I don't really trust that too much right now. We'll see. We'll see what the next 1 minute candle does. Ooh la la. I mean, maybe it will. I don't know what this was. This the previous 4 hour for ES? I think it was, yeah, because it hit it way before. Okay. I'm gonna see what this next 1 minute candle does. If it might just, this might just, yeah, completely continue running. What's this? This is the 5, right? Yeah. Oh, it's quite strong if this is empty on the 5. I mean, let's say I do end up missing this trade. I'm totally fine. Already booked a win. And then also, if this remains open, I mean, hey, after we take that high, that could be a potential target for later for a short. It's never a FOMO moment. CES. I'm not gonna go for this one. I just don't think that this low is where I could safely put a stop at the moment. Let me think. With ES, yeah, I mean, it was kind of wild. Yeah, I just missed it there, just by a tick. That's fine. That's my process, though. This was 50%. Let's see. Especially after taking the first buy side. Could potentially still come back into here too, especially later. But like I did say though, I mean, this is rough. Yeah, this is just, yeah, I took out the high of day again with a fair value gap. Nice displacement. Uh, I'll just monitor it, honestly. I can't be taking something like that though. I've just seen too many times where that type of vibe doesn't work out for me. Let's see. Because the easy hanging fruit was that 4-hour high, you guys. Because we were really close to it. That was within reason for the range, within the range, and that was, yeah, there was like a nice swing low kind of put in before taking out a pre-market high. And I felt kind of comfortable taking that into a premium because of just the type of morning that we've had. So I'm not going to chase this. I would just wait for a retracement to 50%. In fact, now it's almost even nicer to me. So then if it does retrace, it will be in a discount. Let's see. For ES, and it'll be taking out a low, kind of like being in the manipulation leg. Yep. And for NASDAQ, it's 1023. Okay. So like looking at structure in the meantime. I mean, let's continue to monitor from This was where it broke high of day. It didn't even retrace into 50%. That is in a premium of that leg as well. So I'm not chasing that type of vibe. Yeah, I'll continue watching. We'll see if it breaks new high of day again. But I think it's more likely than not to retrace. Yeah. This hourly is now up 70 points or something on NASDAQ. It went up about, 925 to here. Honestly, it's more like 90. Let's see, let's pull out the measurement. Don't I have a measurement tool? Yeah. Just want to see the last hourly. So it's like 10 a.m. open or 10 a.m. Yeah, 10 a.m. is actually my bad, but whatever. It's fine. It's 90 something points here. 96, 97. 97 points actually in that last 26 minutes. It's pretty impressive, NASDAQ. Nice. So far, I mean, hey, it's holding up this high, but I don't really totally love it because it's not like that this took out any liquidity here for me to want to buy that. It was like a different story here because this whole leg took out a lot of liquidity. That's why. When I was buying in here for here or here, probably somewhere here I bought for this. Yeah. Now it's a little different because yeah, you have some lows that could take out next. Could just take its time consolidating a bit. We'll see. We'll see by marking it. I'm pretty much just seeing by marking out the next swing high though. Also it's like 10, what is it? It's 10:27. Okay. We have a lot of gaps down here. I honestly have the thought process of taking this out and just kind of seeing the reaction because it could just be a really quick, especially if an inversion. I don't know just how much liquidity it's going to take. So I took out my order for the time being because I think that I'd rather kind of just see. Yeah, let's see this. If we take out this low within this and then provide another long, then that's what I'll do. That's what I'd rather do. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So far now, we just actually had a pretty weak reaction there. We inverted this. It's totally possible we're going to retrace now into this area. I think it'll be good to watch it on the 5 or something. Yeah, for NASDAQ and ES. Yeah. So what I don't want to be part of now is a sharp reversal to the downside. And I don't want to be kind of limit buying within that. But ES looks pretty strong, especially on the hourly. But the thing is, the hourly candle is not even finished yet. I kind of want to see where's the midpoint on ES of that 4 hour, not the hourly. Okay. 60, 62, 25. Okay. We didn't reach there yet, but we came about a decent portion into this wick, probably 25% or so. It's on the 4 hour. Let's redraw the wick on the 4-hour. I know there's a lot of lines right now, but that's how I do it. Okay, sounds good. So yeah. We're 60, 60, 25. Okay. What I don't want to, yeah, what I don't want to be doing is you know, trying to catch a falling knife as it retraces. This hourly is not finished yet, actually. Came back up into this wick. It totally makes sense that the next hour retraces into, like, we create a hourly FEG and we retrace a little deep into here. So yeah, considering we hit that new high again. So I took out my limit because we're kind of weak. Could totally still work. It's just like I'd rather wait now for a retracement to a 15-minute and like get like a 1-minute entry rather than enter on a 5-minute and kind of wait all day. This is a 15-minute area. Just like the completely most shallow area possible. It's in a premium. See on the 15 on NASDAQ. NASDAQ. Yeah. All right. This is wild. Yeah. The wicks be wicking, you guys. I can't imagine the people that, I mean, had the stops at that pre-market low and then they got whipped out. I mean, that's why we had a nice push up back higher though. Like there are definitely people that were trying to come get back in. That's sort of what I try to envision too, is what we call mitigation blocks happening or breaker blocks also, where you're like, okay, all these people are off sides and they're like, this is a sensitive area. It's a pre-market high. We also displaced above it and we have order blocks there. And it's more likely than not that we are going to then push higher from there too. So let's see. That's what I was looking at, the 15 for NQ. Kind of interesting, yeah. It didn't retrace as much as ES did at the moment yet. Definitely what I could be watching is I have that 4-hour high. Yeah, I have that marked out, previous 4-hour high. I can totally see us, yeah, retracing again into that because you have this FEG on the 5 also. There, yeah. It's on the 5. Yeah, this is a low within a FEG. I mean, we can come back again into here. It would be a little bit wild. I mean, I would probably anticipate a lot of back and forth kind of like flagging before then the next move up. So that's probably what I'm envisioning in my head. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm envisioning in my head. Like the next move, if we go up higher, is probably going to be during the afternoon session. Yeah, we had a good range for the New York Open, honestly. Better session than I initially anticipated, so it's pretty good. pretty good. Yeah, but I will watch though. Hey, maybe it does take this out, this low out. NASDAQ and ES. If we take this low out and we have a nice reaction and we have a nice 1 minute displacement, I would definitely enter. Because at that point, actually, yeah, especially if it's in the, yeah, because at that point, that's a 15-minute point of interest too. That's a 15-minute FEG on NASDAQ and Fair Valley and ES. And it's a previous low within that. Yeah, cool. So be watching out for that one. So I do want to, honestly, on the 5, looks pretty good. Yeah, I want us to hold this. So I'll like, yeah, I'll mark that out. And the 2, we can watch it. This would be a low that it's taking out within that. Yeah. So it's something I don't really need at the moment. And I don't need the fib anymore because I know that that would be a discount and it would be versus this low. So that's what I would be watching out for is retracement, taking out this low into this area. But I wouldn't want this low to get taken. But I'd wait for a 1 minute shift to get back in. Because I don't entirely trust this low. Looking at like what we just looked at, the hourly, the next hourly candle can retrace below 10 a.m. open and then get back higher later. It's kind of like literally like how we did in the open here. Just by looking at, we have this large gap that's being formed next. We are wicking and stalling now, so it's not out of the question then for it to retrace another 5 points on ES or 6 points here. So I don't really entirely trust this low. Although it does look decent because it completely filled this gap from FEG from pre-market. That's what I'm saying though, is if we take this out, I probably even reassess the bullish side. Like we could have a reversal again to the downside because that has been the name of the tape, right? So yeah, that's what I'm watching out for now. We're gonna watch out for what's the reaction like if we take out this low on the 5 minute. And again, I don't really need the fib anymore. And this is the 5 minute FEG now. Honestly, yeah, the 15 is looking like this now. Yeah, cool. But let's say we pause right here. There's no way I'm going to take it. I would need a manipulation of this low and a strong push up higher. So but yeah, we'll see. So like so far from where we, paused and failed a bit, we definitely we inverted this 1 minute at the high of the day. We've definitely retraced more. So it's good not to chase. It feels good. I didn't chase this. There was just like no more easy hanging fruit buy side. That's mostly why. Like before we had this huge, liquidity sweep. And then we still had that 4-hour high intact. So like, cause we took out previous 4-hour low and previous hourly low, like it looked good for, see this 4-hour low? We took out this previous 4-hour low and hourly low, same thing. But we took out the 4-hour low twice actually, cause we had that pre-market low put in and then during the New York Open, we took it out. So like the easiest hanging fruit next would just be that previous 4-hour high. And that was taken during the 10 a.m. news. That was good. So yeah, it's something I'm just watching is to see if we especially if we take out this low or series of low within this and we keep this low intact. So if we keep like 60-36 intact while it's sweeping out 60-45-75 while having a nice 1 minute displacement to the upside, then I would enter ES longs. And I'd prefer ES because again, we're not too far away from it. Let me just take a look at, ES has been stronger. That's my point today. In regards to like hitting that 4-hour high first, it didn't take out this low. Well, NASDAQ did. Yeah, so right now actually we did pretty well for the fact that NASDAQ's up 0.67% for on the day and ES is up 0.51. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we kind of just consolidate here, flag a bit. Create like a giant one though. Like a giant, yeah, because I want this low taken. Preferably. Simply just wait for the next hourly candle if it doesn't happen. Yeah. How is the chat doing? Most people were bullish, 42% bullish. Yeah. Found some bullish trades. Let me think for a moment. I'm pretty happy because like I pretty much stated when I said that if we're bullish, this is the manipulation. And we waited for confirmation and ended up being really good. I didn't join here because again, the stop is just way too wide for me there. Here where I joined, it was like 30 something or 40 point stop. I could have gotten a 10-point better fill, but it was pretty easy. I think how many minutes until it got to my target? It's something I want to know too. Like how long was that trade for? I entered here on this candle, 9:51. Yeah, 9-minute trade. Cannot complain about that. 9-minute trade. And then we had another push up. All right. Yeah, it does seem like it's respecting this low so far. ES is close to it though. ES is really close to it. What if we see another divergence there? But this time, like ES is the weaker one. We've seen that because honestly, I've seen so many times these intraday rotations happen, right? So it's a tough market because of that. It's not like it's not even that like, oh, ES is stronger for the entire day. It's like ES is stronger for the first hour of the day. Then it switches. But yeah, I'm gonna mark out that low there. Yeah, I have it marked out here. Yeah, so far it looks pretty good on the 15. Yeah, ES retraced into its 15-minute FEG. We'll see that closes in like 1 minute now, and it's in it. So I wouldn't be surprised if it does actually retrace a bit more into this. NASDAQ didn't retrace into it yet, which is where I think this low is, right? This is the low I wanted to look at. No, the 15 minutes even higher than that, which is funny. For NASDAQ. Yeah. It is such a funny wick here. It's crazy. So let's see NASDAQ again. let's see. If we get up to here, we didn't take this low out yet for ES. How much did we retrace within from since here though? Like we definitely are flagging. I know a lot of people are probably saying like Tanya's using that term. Yeah. Sometimes it's just nice to visualize other retail concepts too, because it's like just thinking about the other people that might be getting involved in the market, right? Like the more market participants that are towards my favor, the better. But you don't want to get too overconfident in that regard too, you know? Here NASDAQ just took out new high of day. It's definitely a lot stronger than ES. But we didn't make a displacement like we did. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe that's the start of a reversal back to the downside. Again, I'm not too bearish at the moment, so I'm not going to be taking that, but that's something to take note of. Whenever we take like a new high of day on one index, not on the other, or a new low versus vice versa, I'm always noting that. Especially if it's a little bit like, how would you say? Running out of steam. Right? Because yes, on that 15-minute, what do we do? Yeah, we have this, we have giant FEGs because that push up was really fast, right? So something I'm going to note on my notepad now is like, oh, now NASDAQ's stronger. Now NQ is stronger. NASDAQ, NASDAQ. Does anyone watch Dora? I don't watch Dora, but I don't know why I'm saying it in the like backpack. NASDAQ, NASDAQ. Can't help it. Oh my gosh, it's so scary. So, yeah, you guys. So we had ES was stronger at the beginning of the morning. NASDAQ now picking up speed. But like we said, there's no displacement. So I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of take out this low or in this low and NASDAQ next. It seems like it looks like a failed breakout, right? So we'll see if we retrace. I'm personally not, like I said, I'm not longing into this area. I'd rather see the reaction and then long after. It's because it's such a large, so many large gaps here after such a large run. So I don't want to be at the end of this trend at that point. So let's see. ES is it's going to be so funny to me if this makes like an equal low right now, because it just means more consolidation is going to happen. So it's going to be a lot of back and forth. NASDAQ, NASDAQ. Yeah. Okay, so ES is now just wicked this. Okay. So I am watching potential 1-minute shifts that might be happening later. Right now it's 10:50. So I would have to see. That's the thing, is that where's the 1-minute shift now? Okay, that's good at least, because then I would know it's pretty much confirmed if it does shift all the way back up here. Yeah, that's what I'd want to see. I wouldn't want to just enter on an inversion here at the moment, especially on ES. Honestly, inversions and stuff, they're better on NASDAQ because NASDAQ is just faster and more furious. So ES took out this low and NASDAQ didn't yet. But we'll see if it starts to respect these bearish fair value gaps on the way down to it, since it did make this high and ES didn't. I'm not shorting it. In fact, I'd probably just potentially, if ES takes out this high, then I'd potentially look at that as a potential divergence where, because ES took out this low at 1013 and NASDAQ didn't. So honestly, and if NASDAQ makes a new high today, it would really be impressive. So let's monitor this. So far, there's definitely no shift. Yeah, I would mark this 60.53 on ES. If we end up, having a strong reaction to the upside there, I think we could get to 60.71 today. Yeah, that's the plan for the rest of the day. I'm still pretty bullish unless we kind of, I don't know, what would constitute me being bearish? It's tough to see here. I can see even, I wouldn't even say, I would say like 11 a.m. could even take out the 10 a.m. low. It still looks, it looks quite bullish to me at this moment. It'll be hard for me to switch bearish today, especially at these divergences at the lows. I think today the low could definitely be in for the day. Yeah. So it's just a matter of how deep we're going to retrace into these. For me, at least, that's what I'm thinking. It's just like how deep are we going to retrace into these areas here on the 15 and the 60-minute, even the 60-minute, because yeah, this hourly is about to close soon. So let's see. We're in 5-minute FEGs here. It's why it's not too bad. It's still not a bad idea, honestly, to long versus a 10 a.m. low, but I just don't really love when the 10 a.m. low is like the 10 a.m. open is the low of the candle. To me, a lot of times that shows that we'll get back there. Let me see on the 60-minute here. Right? Did we? Yeah. Wait, it's actually not. Oh, what? Right. Yeah. Okay. It's actually not the low of the candle. That's interesting. Okay. Never mind. But yeah, I don't really love when we have such like a flat edge at the bottom. This is what I mean. So it's definitely not like the worst idea, but yeah, I don't really love that. Yeah. It's a flat edge, but the low would be actually here. I mean, the stop, if I were to long this based on that, would be here. It is, yeah. I do like the fact that we're not like having a lot of speed to the downside here. We're having consolidation, which is a good sign. See on the 1 minute here. Yeah. But the thing is, so far, definitely no shifts to the upside. I think the easiest way to play this, if we're gonna go for more upside, is probably gonna be on ES if we break over 60.53. It's definitely a little tougher with NASDAQ now being the stronger one, though. What do you guys think? What are the chats? What do you guys think now in the chat? Are you guys still bullish? Are you looking for reversals here? Are you neutral? I'm pretty neutral to bullish right now. Kind of like this morning, but this morning was easier to go for that 4 hour high. I think the next hourly, I mean, look at this wick on the hourly right now, actually. It's kind of funny. But I think the next hourly candle, yeah, we could retrace a bit. So that would be starting at 11. That's why I'm kind of just cautious, because looking at the 15-minute, you guys, you just have these huge FEGs. So that's mostly why I'm cautious. Yeah, like we could dig into this area again and be kind of vicious about it, because the wicks be wicking. We saw it here. We saw it this morning, right? Because I had this kind of point of interest, this 15-minute and a discount, and we wicked through that. If you can see on the NASDAQ and whatever, ES, both, we completely wicked. We took out previous hourly low first. So I don't see how we could, I don't see us not doing that again. I could see us doing that again, is what my point is. Like, you got to just plan in advance for your mind so that you're not surprised. Yeah. But so far, pretty good day. Pretty quick win. I'm glad I didn't chase this here. It would have, but honestly, if someone did take this long on NASDAQ here, actually, it would have worked out to new high of day at least. But had they continue holding, yeah, they would have gotten stopped out at break even or stopped out entirely here. Because now we are definitely quieter tape at the moment. The morning was fun. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed this morning session. Yeah, look at this on the 15. We're in the deeper one now on ES. We just hit this below on NASDAQ. So I do wonder what we're gonna do on the 5. Yeah, we'll see if we end up holding that 10 a.m. candle, that surge, that leg that started it. If it doesn't, then I mean, I feel like it could be a sloppy day. I'd have to look at the 15 more. But I think it could probably be a sloppy day, because today, yeah, right now in the hourly, it's not looking the best for that huge wick to the upside. And when we have huge wicks, I mean, we could retrace into them like we just saw today. Right?
Hey, morning, Tanya.
Good morning, Snow. How are you?
I'm good. Were you doing Dora Explorer earlier?
I was, yeah. And
I
it's
got your
funny because
reference.
I haven't watched that show in years. I don't have any little cousins. I don't know.
Just still rattling around in there. That happens.
No, I always have a song in the back of my head going on. So sometimes you can make your own jingle,
Backpack. I'm familiar.
Yeah, exactly. Might as well.
Was that a show you watched when you were a kid? I'm trying to remember when that was on. We tried to get my kid into Dora, but I don't think that. I don't know.
No, it's not popping off for her. What about Ni Hao Kai Lan or whatever? That was like the Chinese version.
Ooh,
Teach
no.
kids Chinese.
No, I hadn't heard of that one. She's all into she's moved on into Barbie world now. So it's all about any sort of magical mermaid hijinks or whatever it's up to.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. My wife and I both tried to get her into our old cartoons that we liked when we were a kid, like Doug and Rugrats, but also not a fan.
Those 90s shows are fun. Yeah, I loved Rugrats. Would you say Doug? Oh, Hey Arnold too.
Hey Arnold, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I watch. I didn't have. Oh, Cyber Chase. That's a good one. It's
Ooh.
It was on PBS. It's good. It teaches kids math.
That's cool. The PBS Kids is so awesome.
Yeah. Oh, Elmo. That was my vibe. Elmo.
Okay.
I definitely learned English from Elmo.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because it was not being spoken at home. So yeah, just that's definitely where I learned English, and on the playground. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
so interesting.
Yeah.
What's your back? What other language do you speak? And
I speak Croatian also. Yeah.
whoa,
Mm-hmm.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I got nothing that cool. I don't speak anything.
It's never too late. You could start learning from Dora.
That's true.
Why don't
That's
you
true.
start watching Dora with your kid?
I should. You're right.
More
I should fire up
interested.
Dora.
Yeah.
I
Uh,
thought about getting one of those, like doing the course. What was it? It was called like Babel or something like that, or some Rosetta Stone. That was it.
oh yeah, by getting a course, yeah. I mean, hey, I'm not against that, definitely. I think I saw the Rosetta Stone actually in person in London, which was crazy. The
Whoa, that's
British
cool.
Museum, that was wild. Have you taken any trades this morning?
Yeah, yeah.
Big longs?
Yes, I took. I got a very easy long off of the previous day low sweep. So like ways down there. I'm kind of in my last spot where I feel like an ad is okay here at 950. So I got back in here, but 22,010 was kind of all I really felt like I was going to get out of this day. So I don't know if we're going to get back up there.
1, 2, and 10. Oh, that's a nice exit if you took that. That's amazing.
It's
Man.
this is a weird thing that I look at. Yeah, I got out at 2211 actually. It is the +1 standard deviation on the current month VWAP band, which is like
Oh,
once we're in a we're well into a month, like we're almost at the end of June, those things end up being pretty powerful if they're gonna. It's got to be a pretty strong trend to get back up in there. So
okay.
I don't know. It could still get in there, but that's just kind of it's a good spot for me to.
It's definitely
watch.
having a nice reaction here.
I think ES hit its RTH VWAP too, which is you were talking about that divergence. I don't know what's dragging ES, but it came down and held. ES came down, held its overnight high, hit the RTH VWAP. So those are still like trendy clues for me. So that's why I got back in this
Oh,
NQ
nice.
long, but
It
I don't know.
doesn't look too bad. For me, I took longs and kind of just waiting for potential re-entry. I don't know if it's going to happen until maybe in the afternoon session, though.
Yeah.
I feel like we could just my instinct that we could just kind of go back and forth. But I would definitely be interested if ES got back above 60.52, and then also if Nasdaq just took out this low, which is pretty good. So yeah, let me just think about that. Yeah, Nasdaq to get back involved. I mean, let's see on the 15. Retrace into this now. Do you have any like nice it's for me at the moment, yeah, I would need like a displacement over like 21,955 for me to like for it to really like prove to me it's back in the game, which might happen soon. So it looks like your longs are definitely working out, which is good. I think that it's good that also we kept that 10 a.m. low intact. That moved down before the 10 a.m. push up.
Oh, yep.
Which is good. That's really good. I'm sure you actually probably saw that there were a lot of participants there.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, they were partying.
That's fun. Yeah, that's always fun to see. If for like when I'm guessing, like okay, if it's mostly just I'm guessing it based on okay, we broke above it with momentum, with displacement, and then it's also like a previous pre-market high or like a previous 4-hour high, then it's even better.
Oh yeah, yep.
Like,
that was just the overnight high there at 944.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, that thing got auctioned to death for sure. Which isn't, you can see.
Yeah. I got it. That's where I had my fills. That was my first, like, that was basically my target. And I was happy to, it was like, hey, get out on the wick. And then I said, okay, we'll see if this is a potential reversal or not. We have to see. Because like you said, they auctioned it a lot. But it broke the high day again. So you can't you can't be too bearish at all. The news was bought up. Every like fake out gets reversed. So yeah.
Sure does. The market loves to do the opposite of what everybody thinks it's about to do. It's just like every Monday this happens again. It's so fun. I love it.
Oh yeah, it's a thing. I actually don't mind it. If we're gonna keep a theme, I just hope we don't switch again because I feel like I've just gotten here. I just got acclimated to the new theme. So can we not?
Yep.
Can we stick with this theme for a while? Yeah. So well, good luck on your longs.
Thank you. Thank you. I
Uh,
did mean to ask you. When you say the dispersion stuff, what do you
Divergence.
divergence? Is it
Yeah.
divergence or dispersion?
I say divergence. Divergence.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
There was another term. I don't know. I'll have to maybe think about what it was. There was a term from some of the concepts that I've seen you use that I heard over the weekend. I thought it was dispersion, but maybe that wasn't it.
Okay.
All right, cool. Never mind.
All right, no worries. Yeah, that's that. Well, like we call it like SMT or SMT divergence, and it's just if ES takes a low, or if Nasdaq, for example, Nasdaq took those pre-market lows and ES doesn't, that's a pretty big sign to me, especially. And then afterwards, I'll personally wait for push back up, so then I'll get involved for confirmation. Some people just take that.
Okay.
Or they'll take some other method of getting back in. It's all up to them. And then we just saw Nasdaq took new high of the morning, and that kind of just helped me, and ES doesn't, so that really just helps me not want to chase up there if
Okay.
I'm bullish. It's not. I wasn't personally looking for a reversal. Ended up that reversal did work out to people back down to the 960 area.
Okay.
So that's where it's helpful. It's kind of seeing are the markets in sync, and which one is stronger and which one is weaker. It's definitely helpful.
That's cool. Okay, so you
Um,
use it like kind of like as part of your checklist to see if that's an A+ setup or not, or if that's
Oh,
something
yeah.
you maybe want to wait for. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
definitely.
That's cool. I'm trying to learn everybody's stuff, Tanya. That's my
Oh, good luck. But I would say be cautious because sometimes, I think I would subconsciously end up doing that just by seeing things on Twitter. And it becomes very difficult then if you're in a trade and like one of your friends is like fading, like you have it in the back of your head, you're like, oh wait, that kind of just confirmed. Like you're in a trade and then later it's like kind of slowing down. You're like, oh, right now it just confirmed like the reversal for this person's trade. It's
Yeah.
sometimes, I think more often than not, it's not helpful. So yeah.
Leo is constantly fading me no matter what. That's just kind of how we've always existed. So
Oh,
it's
and
just been 2 years of that. If I'm long, I'm pretty sure that Leo's been short off of this absorption. I could guess. I haven't talked to him all morning, but I'm 100% positive he got one of these shorts off in here.
oh hey, like that. It's definitely it was a two-way. Like it's a two-way tape. You can find both sides, but some oftentimes, after the failed breakdown, we get like a push up. We get a push back up higher. That's much stronger than that's a lot easier than everything else. So you're actually getting NASDAQ breaking back above here, which is looking pretty good. And we'll see if ES breaks this high. And honestly, I think this is a pretty good probably a setup for more longs. So your longs are probably gonna end up working out.
Yeah, if we can get above this 22K and 10 and hold it, that would be very good for the end of the month trend if it can get into that VWAP band. Those things are harder for to play. I try not to pay too much attention to them just because they're extremely high time frame, and I'm acutely aware that I'm basically just looking at 3 days at a time for what I do. But yeah, it's a big trend if you can get into that band at the end of the month. So that would be something to look for.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
yeah, cool.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck.
Thanks, Tanya. Good to see you.
Thanks. I'm gonna head out now.
All right, cool.
Have a good trading session.
Sounds good. I'll look up. We'll see if I can get the kid back in the door a little bit. That's a good reminder to do that. So.
All right. Good luck and good trading, everybody.
Good morning, chat. Hello. How we doing today? Doing good? Good morning, Leo. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good, good. Riso is doing good. Everybody come on in. No, I don't even think I can qualify as somebody that speaks NASDAQ, honestly. How cool is that? How many people in the chat can speak more than one language? It's probably more common than I think that it is, if I was to guess. See, Steve can do it. We got somebody who speaks 3. All right, there's no need to brag. Okay, Zigzag's got 4. Who can speak 5? You guys immediately. Okay, all right, 5. 6 for George. That's always something that I wish that I had worked a little harder at when I was a punk kid. Not caring about school. I took German class. I think I retained none of it. More to Jim. Jim can speak almost 1. That's very funny. Yes, my Name is Stowe. That's what I can do. Has to ein beer. Maybe. I don't know. But anyways, good morning. Happy Monday. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. I hope everybody didn't look at the internet too much. There was a lot to look at, but as often goes, you get to the actual work day in the market, and then the market's going to do what the market's going to do. So, feel good today. I had a really good day today. Came into this day, prepared for literally anything to happen, and we got some pretty easy trades. Yeah. We'll go back through those. This is kind of our third trade here. I think I almost got 500 points out of this thing, that might be my biggest day. So that's cool. So we're looking to just chill on this idea. I like where this stop is. I'll take it up a little closer. I like where this stop is for this runner. We've fully paid for it and then some. So we're gonna let it chill, and then let's zoom out. We'll walk back to the beginning of the day, and then we'll see what we were looking at. So. I took range. Okay. Let me get this back. While I open up my indicators and get that MGI back on there, as I want to show where the Europe opening range was today. Oh, Jim's giving us edge alerts. Isn't that supposed to come up on the screen and be like, ding? As you can see Tanya on here a bunch. She's on here. She trades in the open on Mondays for sure all the time. And then she's off and on early in the morning to do pre-market prep. And then I believe she has her own YouTube channel too that she does a ton of work on, and a bunch of giveaways and cool stuff, and dives into her process a little bit more. So yeah, you can find her anywhere. Just look up Tanya Trades. All right, we gotta fix this MGI thing. 1 second. Sometimes if you change the color, it comes back. Lawn green. That's what's up. That's perfect for me. Lawn green. Hey, we got it. All right, cool. Perfect. Lawn green. All right. So, first thing we do every morning, we wake up, get some coffee. We come back here and we look at the London 30-second opening range. I'm pretty long off of it in the night. Of course, we had a bunch of geopolitical stuff to open. We should also look at that. So this is the open of, this is Globex open. So this also puts our weekly open pretty far away. I think it's down at 648. So yeah, 650. This is our weekly open spot. This is good to keep in mind. This often gets revisited at some point during the week. But, once we got to London, everybody seemed pretty long. We got a sweep below the previous day low here with a retest. And this is kind of like this little setup here. Let me zoom in for you. All right, so this is 935. Opening drive down, but we get this reversal right here. And it was at, we swept the previous day low, which was 760. And then just retested it, pushed back off. This is a delta flip, which is, part of my order flow labs tools that tell me when, the delta dominance is changing inside of the candles. And then, we got this push off of previous day low, and I was like, it's worth a shot to take a long if we're going to be on the right side of the V. So I got long 4 here and got a really good trade off. Scaled out. And then I took my final position off here at 940, a little bit before 945 because we had PMI coming. And it's no matter what, it's just never a good idea to be, to have a position on during a news event like that, especially a red folder news event. You don't want to get stuck in a velocity logic problem especially with one micro. Like there's no need to be the hero. You don't have anything to prove. So I got out here, let PMI do its thing. Didn't really seem to do much. So, I got back in full position here because now we're starting to show signs of the trend day. We're up inside of the upper band. We came down and rejected, got back in. So I got 4 on there, took 2 off, took my 3rd off there, and proceeded to add here. And my ultimate target was on this 211 spot. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I did a bunch of adding actually. So added, scaled, added 2 here, scaled, and this 211, this is really as far as I plan to see this go today. I did get stopped out on, I added again here and then got stopped out on the total position before I got back in. And, this was all when Tanya was and I were talking right in here. So now I've just got this one runner, kind of building on the idea that this is a trend day. There was a bunch of participation here at this 955 spot. You can see that also when we came up here. It was a big auction spot, and Tanya and I mentioned that as well. So yeah, so now we're just holding, see if it's going to trend, see if it's not going to trend. Also, right here during this pullback, ES was pulling back to its overnight high and holding. So while they had been kind of diverging around a bit during the day, they were both pretty much doing the same thing. The only difference is NQ's VWAP was way far away. ES was actually hitting its VWAP here. So yeah, so that's the story of this. Yeah, so just trying to take it chill. As I put on Twitter last Wednesday that, or last Thursday, I kind of woke. I had a red week. Was red all Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We'll go over those stats. But I woke up Thursday with an incredibly toxic thought, and that thought was, I know I'm having a red week, but there's still time for me to break even so that I don't have to show red stats to the channel. And I haven't had that thought before. So that was interesting to me. And when I have, when I have thoughts like that, totally common, but I'm conditioned to pause and not do anything when I have those sorts of toxic thoughts. So the first thing I did was I was like, well, if you're worried about showing everybody the negative stuff, you should probably just do it now. So I just tweeted it out. And that, yes, that's a very triggering thought. I felt it. You can feel tilt begin to course through your veins once it starts to get its teeth in. So as soon as you feel that thought, best to just rip off the Band-Aid. So I posted my bad week. It's whatever. And it was nice. I got that out. I had a good day Thursday. Yeah, I traded another account on Friday a little bit just to keep my reps in. It was a messy day. Roll day is never fun. So, but yeah, we kept this intact. We stayed alive for another day, and we're starting a new week fresh. And with that in mind, I also didn't look at the charts last night either, because I found whenever there's I know I've talked about trading Sunday Globex a lot, but when there's a bunch of emotional stuff like that in the air, it's never a good situation for me to be in. And you don't want to put your money at risk in, a liquid Globex market where, your stops can get skipped. You're at much higher risk than just losing the amount that in between your entry and your stop loss. So didn't look at it, went to bed early, got a nice night's sleep, and yeah, came in today prepared, and I feel good about it. So oh, that's a good outlet for that. Yeah, baby. I only play one video game, but it is a good outlet for me. I play MLB The Show, which is also a lot of pattern recognition stuff. That's kind of what I've always been gravitated towards. Never been a big shooter game guy. I don't know. Luna, sure. I can explain why I took this long. If I didn't already. This is a bunch of bid delta that came in here to support this. This was also a previous spot of resistance at the overnight high. And then you can see this this high volume node here sticking out. This is a large market participant that, I don't know, was interested in doing something. So they did a lot, and that's what made price go higher. And then we came down and revisited this spot again. And I saw bid come in here. So even though I got stopped out right here, I got right back in, which is, often the case with NQ. You're not ever going to get it. Well, sometimes you'll get it perfect, but it won't. If you do, it was probably more luck than anything. Yeah, MW, that's the same. Yeah, Iran news says they'll respond proportionately and market rips higher. It's like you can't. You got to know what you're like. What are you doing? Like, is your job to grab 40 points out of the market? If so, you probably don't need to factor in things like geopolitical headlines. It's just like it's not tradable information. That's my opinion. It's definitely stuff you should know as a human and, a citizen of the world. But yeah, I don't think that there's a way to read war headlines and then make a trade. And if there is, I'm more than happy to hear it. But the market's going to interpret that however the market's going to interpret it. And the market's forward looking. So you don't know. Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen until it happens. So the best thing for me has always just been, trade what's in front of me, try to block everything out, try to keep this, business and not muddy it with, emotions and things like that. Yeah, Mohammed, last week was just, it was just a messy week. Part of my mistake last week was I just traded it way more than I should have. And, that's my fault. I came into that week not wanting to trade it. And I acted like that with my trades. They immediately reflected the desire that I had to not trade that. So it's on me, 100%. But that's why you manage your risk. That's why you have stuff in place like daily loss limits and, you're controlling your bet sizing. You're doing those little things. So like you give yourself the rope to make mistakes and learn from them without wiping yourself out. Like as long as you're not trying to be a hero, you can always come back better and, recover and be a better version of your trader self. Yeah, Mike, that's the current session. The New York session is this VP. Or Chicago's session if Pax is listening. I don't want to hurt anybody's Chicago feelings with my VWAPs. Might take another ad here. Let's see. What time we got? We got 3 minutes to close. I was trying to watch this. See what it's doing. Okay, I put one more on. They might run this, and then I might have to get back in if we stay above overnight high or hit this VWAP. But just trying to take a tiny ad. We got this liquidity stacked up at 952. So they might zip down and grab that. We'll see. Make sure I got 2 on. Not loving it. Boy, I messed my back up this weekend. Did you ever try to pick up what you thought was a small branch and it ended up being an entire tree? Well, I have, and it was not fun. It's not fun if you're an old man. Looks like they're pushing that down. Okay. Just testing this 955 guy again. He seems happy. We'll see what the turn brings. 30 seconds. Yeah, big push now. Okay, we got stopped on that. Let's see. See if we hold this overnight high. There's the turn. Okay, view up. I'm not going to jump right at the view up. I will jump there. Okay. Okay, so we got all 4 in there. It was not quite fast enough. But I think we'll be okay. Yeah, it was not quite fast enough to keep this stop underneath that wick. So I don't know. Seems okay for now. We just need to get back into this upper distribution. I'll actually put that up there. Okay, so we're going to watch this. Then I might manually scale out of this if we run into resistance here, but see what ES did. Yeah, ES still holding its overnight high also. I'm still stacking it up. So right now, what I'm watching is this right here. If this passive seller is going to continue to sit here and step on this, this will serve as that resistance. And so this is our area we're watching right now, this 962. Because right now we went through this buyer and then reclaimed it. So this is still a supportive bid right now in the moment. But I mean, it's got some more work to do. It's not done. Seems happy. But there's a lot of volume up here too. So, but that's how I use that the delta volume profile to identify, areas of support and resistance, just with what the order flow itself is doing. And we're getting our delta flips. We're getting our stuff. Our bidders are trying. So we're as on sides as we can be right now. It's not, no, Luna, this is not a Bollinger Band. Also, those are called boomer bands on this channel. And I didn't name that. It was named by a boomer, so that's why we're allowed to call them that. This is just a VWAP standard deviation band. Well, that's the offer's kind of stepping down now. Oh no. That might be the end of the party, which is a shame. But you got to know when to leave. That's part of it. But we'll wait. We'll be patient. Mike, the order flow bar, as you call it, is a delta volume profile. This thing, and this is set to recalculate every 60-point rotation. So right now it's only showing the last 60-point rotation leg. This is an order flow labs tool that you can have for yourself if you'd like. Come on, baby. Break this fool. It's Monday. We're trying to trend. And you can adjust that to recalculate at whatever interval suits your needs. I should honestly turn it down with as small, like rotations have gotten kind of small. So I should maybe pull this to 40. It's working well today. There's some violent selling. Chicago's the only time zone. Hey, Leo, sorry. I was trying to, I forgot. Sometimes if I make a joke and then I get sucked into watching a trade, I forget the joke until I look back to the chat. So thank you. If Pax isn't here, Leo's here to enforce the Chicago time zone policy. I don't know, though. Most of us are Tanya, Jim, Deli, Tracy, Pax. Pax is East Coast. Yeah, this doesn't look awesome. Starting to dislike it. They are certainly trying to sell through this overnight high. Luna, the last trade you took, I always have a problem looking for the stop loss. It's the red one. It's the stop loss. And then these are take profits. So I got in here. As you can see, I got stopped out. Price went down to view up, and we reclaimed the overnight high. So I got back in on this up candle. And then I scaled my first one out here for 15 points. And then I actually moved this higher up to the point of control. Because this is my trade thesis or whatever you want to call this in the moment. But if we can get through this passive seller, we're going to go back to the point of control. If we don't, we're going to come back down here. So I'm kind of trying to watch this price action to figure out how much meat is left on this trade. And I at least think we can get back up here if we can get through this LVN. I do need this seller to leave. I need them to go all the way back home, wherever they came from, and to stop being so rude. Mike, how do you connect the volume profile to the right side? So this volume profile is an order flow labs volume profile, and that's just a setting inside of that. I know that there are different volume profiles that you can use in NinjaTrader, so I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but I would assume that there is an alignment setting in there. I know that Jim has shared with me some of those, some of the ones that he uses, and he's able to align them in different spots. He likes to have one time frame on the left, one on the right. Sometimes divides the session up too. So I know there's an option there to put it on the right side. It's a drawing tool. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't know that. Ooh, man, this seller might be winning. Arthur had something to say about that. You think so, bud? I know. It's tough. It's tough being a cat. You gotta sit there and sleep on a chair all day. It's brutal. Yeah, now I really hate this trade. This trade sucks $1,000. How many times are we going to get back down here? I feel like I'm really counting on this bid more than I should be. Hmm. Still likes it. Still likes the bid here. I can't argue. Let's see, it's 11:41. We still have this whole half-hour period to close out too. Hey, Trader Nautilus. Good morning, buddy. Oh, thanks. Thank you, friend Tintin. I knew I'd be encouraging. I don't want to wake up Arthur calling for new highs at 11:41. Well, this looks terrible. Ugh. Yep, stopped. So, passive seller 1. For now. Let's see if that was exhaustive there at 9:30. $39. We got to get back through that overnight high, though. This is going to be the challenge here. But that was bought back up very, very quickly. Need to see if they're going to reload, if they're going to pull off, let it through now. Here's the overnight high. Okay, through pretty fast. Through pretty fast. All right. We need to get back through these 50s, though. That's what I'm trying to watch. That was it was a bit of an emotional puke there. So we'll come up here. Go back to this. Okay, so yeah, we got to look at that. We took 1047. All right, so we took 45. Yeah, I took all 3 stops on that. So this is something I kind of do. I don't know. Personally, I think you should always be doing mental math like this with your position, trying to figure out like how much risk you've had floating around in the market over the last couple trades. So I just got stopped out 45 points. I'm not trying to give too much back on the day, but I still want to keep my stop in a good position. As you remember, I didn't really like that my stop was not below this candle, but I ended up would have gotten hit anyways. So I took 15 off. I might try to wiggle out of this and pay for this position, but if it's going to go, I mean, the bid's still down here. I just like, I don't know. I still like it. I still like it. There's nothing I can do. This offer is so mad, though. Yeah, very two-way. Very two-way right here. It could be seller time. It could be. But not quite like, I don't know. It just doesn't, it's not aggressive. Like it doesn't, they're not crossing the whole way down to make a new low. At least not yet. A bunch of offer just got lifted at these 940s. They're kind of putting big chunks on, just letting them sit there, and the bid keeps crossing into them and lifting higher. So, yeah, that's what I mean by the two-way situation. But I got a tight eye on it. I'm not gonna let this get too stupid. Make sure I got one lot on the thing still. Okay, I do. Yeah, Lewis, I watch it, Dom. Yes. You can also accomplish a similar thing with the footprint, with the delta volume profile tells you a lot of that story as well. Let's see. This is kind of the lift I'm waiting for here. So what I'm watching is this passive selling is getting bid, and then we're moving above it consistently. That being said, there's still plenty of offer here, so this is kind of getting a little wild as far as the tape goes. Yikes, that's a lot. Yeah, they're really stacking up the offer now. It's like 130. So not happening very fast. ES kind of walking itself down. Just looking for a lift here, buds. So we've got, our candles are the good color. We like blue. We don't like red at the moment. Just trying to get back through this. So now we're also working on two different nodes here, right? So we're working on this node, and then we're working on this node. And ultimately, this is the seller we're trying to take out. Yeah, see, this is, did you see that extremely fast sweep down? So when those sweeps get bought up quickly like that, that is, you know, a sign for me to want to stay long. That's just somebody doing a ton of business up here. Yep, no real clues. Sweeps on both sides met with, you know, meh. They've been met with meh. There we go. Be somebody, bid. You got to want it. You got to want it. All right, here we are at the seller again. Come on. Got to break them. Isn't it funny how the world's smallest LVN can be this big of a pain? Everybody on the planet trying to bid this thing. And someone just standing in the way. All right, need to take these highs. Oh my gosh, this seller. He's so serious. Nasty. Nasty LVN. Mohammed's with me, I guess. There's headlines, Tracy. Are they good or bad? I hear Jim's boys talking today, I think. Mr. Chicago. Goolsby. Is it Goolsby or Goolsby? When I make my trading card game, I'm going to put on the back of every every Fed trading card how to pronounce their name, by the way, just so we never have to go through this ever again. Goolsby. Good. It's definitely Gandalf up there, dude, for sure. Except not the good kind. Come on, you turkeys. I don't want to scale because I still see the trend. Like I'm still in the. Maybe I should have taken a couple of 20 points.
Stowe.
Yay! Jim, what's up, buddy? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, man. Good to see you. I think it's like Zaxby's, only Goolsby's.
Oh, okay, Goolsby's. Okay, cool.
I
Got
think Goolsby. Hey, Chris. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Chris. Yeah, I've been neglecting the chat a little bit this morning, Jim.
That's right. You're doing great. You're doing great.
Watch this silly position. And Tracy told me there's headlines, but I haven't read them yet. assume they're not going great for my position.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to share my screen for sure, but let's just see what happens with you here. While we're watching this, by the way, was it Saturday? I watched the Pirates and the Rangers.
Oh yeah. Who was
Dude,
did Rocker pitch on Saturday?
yeah, it was Rocker versus Keller. And, every
Yeah.
time Keller pitches, you guys can't score more than 2 runs.
Listen, you don't have to tell me. It's a freaking nightmare, dude. Oh God. It brings me great physical pain to think about the Pirates offense and all of the incredible pitching that we've wasted. Like Keller's got like 2 wins this year, but his ERA is like 3 point something, right? It's insane. Yeah. It's gross. Yeah, Rocker's good. I would actually wanted to draft him when we had the first round pick that year.
Yeah,
So
no doubt. I mean, it was a good game. It was a good game, and there was that error in the first inning. I can't remember. There's an early error. It would have been a different game.
Did you make your pierogies for this game?
No, not they're gonna believe me. Mrs. Keggs has a meal plan ready to go. We're gonna get to it.
All right, cool. I actually got those same kind over the weekend, and we ate them yesterday. I was like, oh man, these are good.
All right,
they're gonna make me scale out of this dumb thing a little bit. I gotta take some points. Ugh, gross. Shoot, I didn't get to my stats. They're on my Twitter if you want to look at them. I talked about them last Thursday.
Well, you're gonna be back tomorrow afternoon, right?
Yeah, and tomorrow morning too. So I'll go over them. That's fine.
All right. All right. Well, good job today. Appreciate you being around. Great seeing you on a Monday for sure.
Yeah, good to see you too, man.
And I think we have Nick and XYZ later on this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to do a really quick edge report right now, folks. And I just wanted to point out, a couple of things. We learned this from Brian Shannon a little bit last week when Brian was on here. This is just a 15-minute E-mini S&P chart. And I have 3 different anchored volume weighted average prices. I have the one that's anchored from the session, which is really the session volume weighted average price. And then I anchored one from the beginning of regular trading hours, which is that middle white line. And then I anchored one from the high of the day going downward. And I'm looking at where is price in relationship to these VWAPs. And most importantly, we're trading right between the RTH VWAP and the session VWAP. We're smack dab in the middle of it. So now what do I do? Okay, so we're looking for bounces off of this bottom VWAP line, maybe bounces off the top VWAP line. Who's in charge? Well, right now it seems like sellers are in charge a little bit, but overall buyers are in charge and a bigger picture. And so I'm going to look at some areas of interest right now. And at the VWAP band right here, we'll see 3 areas of interest. We'll see that the London initial balance high. We're going to see the pivot point. And it's not perfect. It's not exact, but it gives you a zone. And then we're going to see that 61.8% retracement. And what I did with the retracement is I started it from the regular trading hours. Some people would say, well, Jim, you should start it from when the trend started, which is way down here, the 7:30 at the 8 o'clock candle. It's like, no. We're going to go ahead and use this crazy wick on the open to the highs. That's what our measurement's going to be. And then we're going to think about where price is in relationship. So we don't have a candle closed below that 61.8. We don't have a candle closed below that pivot. And the London initial balance high is holding. So now I'm really relying on these VWAPs here for entries and exits right now. So hopefully we'll get, for the sake of Stowe's trade, I think Stowe is long, right? We want to bounce off this. We don't want to get down here. We want to keep buyers in charge here overall. So we'll see how that goes. But that's kind of one way to look at it, because especially when you don't have a lot of JAX numbers around or high vol levels. We do have a JAX level up here at 60.50, which is a target as well. And it's also the point of control as well. So this is a kind of a nice profile. It's okay. It's not the greatest, but we have that 2 areas of interest in a row. And to me, that's kind of important. A lot of volume happening at that JAX 1 level. And you could argue, well, it's resistance at this point. And that's what I would argue. But you never know what's going to happen with anything. So and then the high vol level down here, again, mentor Q, it's at 60.20, is kind of framing the bottom of my conversation. This is like, oh no, here we go. Time for a breakdown. Because if we get down there, we're going to be below that 61.8% retracement. Probably some candles are closing below that. And when you start having candles close below that 61.8, in my mind, that's a trend reversal. So even though it does look like a trend reversal right now, but we have a pause. All right, that's it. That is, yeah.
And Q are doing opposite things like that. I kind of watched. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
My bad.
I was gonna add it, but go ahead if you got it. Let's see it.
Yeah. So yeah, just looking at like, so this is NQ's session VWAP here, and this is what I've been leaning off of, even though ES is, working against me at the moment. And then this is its 24-hour VWAP here. So we're still in good zone for NQ, whereas ES is, seems to be walking itself down. So when they're diverging like that, you pointed out the ES is not looking as great as NQ. So that's just something I keep a heads up on too.
Yeah, great observation. And this is, so often we have this. Yeah, these things are, are supposed to be highly correlated, but sometimes they're not highly correlated, or they're correlated, but there's just enough differentiation between the two that one signal can go one way, and in the other market, another signal can go another way. And when I just added that fib line to that, to the NASI. So I added your session, the regular trading hour VWAP,
Yep.
and then I have the original one. And you're right, we're right at it right now. And I put a fib line in. We're nowhere near the 61.8. I mean, we're barely to the 38.1. So this is not retraced anywhere near what the S&P has. So it's looking quite a bit different. And then I added one more thing on this chart just to kind of confuse everybody. But I'm going to go ahead and draw a rectangle. I love drawing rectangles. And we had this early morning right after the London initial balance. Boom. This is resistance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 candles in a row of resistance. These are 15-minute candles. And then sure enough, resistance becomes support. And we're seeing that exactly right now, right at the pivot, right at the high vol level. So a lot of areas of interest right here. So we'll see if we hold or we break on through. Who knows?
That's cool. This is all good stuff. I like that.
All good stuff.
Brian
All right.
Shannon would be proud of both of us, I think, Jim.
There you go. I know. I love that guy. In any event, thanks for this morning. So it was awesome as usual. And we are going to be back, folks, at 2:30. Me and Shai are doing a hot commodities report, and there are some things to talk about there. And then immediately after that, I do believe we have Nick for a tick and XYZ trading the close. Order Flow Labs guys will be in the house.
Yep, that's right. Come
All
in.
right.
Yeah, keep them company. Make fun of them accordingly. Please do that for me.
Yeah, for sure. We'll be on them, man. We'll be on them. I might even wear my Pirates hat. Who knows?
Did you get one? Did it come?
Yeah, it's here.
All right,
Yeah,
all
I left
right.
it downstairs though. I don't know where it's at right now.
We're gonna make you a Yinzer yet, Jim. I'm working on it. One step at a time.
I know. I like it. I like it. In any event, Chad, thank you for being here. Awesome chat as usual. Best chat in the business. You guys are making this a very awesome stream. We really appreciate everybody participating, helping each other out, being positive. Super great to see, especially with all the years I've been doing this. So thanks, folks, for being here. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to have some lunch. We're going to walk the dog maybe, and then we will be back this afternoon for the afternoon stream. So everybody take care. See you then.
Thanks, chat.